everybody. Time to get rolling again. On a high-speed load, so I definitely got to keep this one moving as much as I can. I'm currently in Mount Pleasant, Mississippi, which is about, I don't know, half-hour drive east of Memphis on US 72. If you watched my stream yesterday, you know this is where I shut down. I think I'll end this part of the shift either in Roland, Oklahoma, or in Weber's Falls, somewhere in that vicinity. At least that's the plan. See how it goes. Alright. We're now public, so you guys can all interact live now. Alright, look like I need to clean the lens. If I can get a little blurry. Morning, Matt. How you doing? Oh, yeah, that's a lot better. Clean other whatever finger grease and stuff off my lens. Get back. I'm gonna do a quick little look around. Hearing air blow, like almost like it's leaking, but only when my compressor's running. I don't know what the hell's. It's kind of in the in-between area where I can't really get to it unless I probably have to crawl underneath the truck or something to see if I can figure out where it's coming from. Yeah, it doesn't make any noise at all while I'm, when the governor's not running. Or the compressor, whichever. Hey, what's up, Zigzag? About to take a 2-hour nap, 45 east of Flagstaff. I can't remember, you were on your way west or east, Matt? 3-hour nap, that'd be great. I forgot to take a quick look at the temperature. Morning, Sean. Yeah, my left arm is a little sore, and I'm not even left-handed. Well, I'm ambidextrous, but I don't use my left hand for that purpose. Just saying. Oh, not secured. Chicken. Memorizing the serial number. Oh, I almost got it. 127. I was thinking 172 for some reason. Okay, going to Riverside. All right. Yeah, I'm heading that way myself. I'm going to Colton. I'm going to need 3 shifts. I deliver the 27th at 5 a.m. Running a tight ETA. I'll be kind of running about a 2, maybe, probably be more, realistically, probably about a 3 or even 4 ETA that morning. So, whenever I have clock, it needs to move, or and minimize the time I'm not moving. Definitely will have enough fuel to get to where I want to get fuel from, because I got over 3/4 of a tank, and there are a couple places in Oklahoma at a really good price, well under $2 a gallon. One is at the 221, the other one's at the 200. The one at the 200 is the one I'm targeting. I think they'll, can't remember what the price was, but EFS app, saw it on there, and that usually is a pretty good cheap area. Let's get rolling.
You have 7 hours and 51 minutes of remaining drive time.
You'll be headed east, then deliver Sunday 6 a.m. Okay, so you will be headed east by then. Okay, yeah. So I'll probably run into you somewhere along the way, in all likelihood. Alright. Seems like there's a bit of activity going on here with people coming in to get liquor or whatever, or beers, or what can you say? It's Friday night. I don't think this Volvo is going to give me enough room now. Yeah, the Volvo being there, I don't have enough room to get turned around the way I want. I need to go to the down this way, so yeah, I don't want to have to go over this freaking pothole. Make sure my tandems get over it first, gently. Alright. Tight turn here, looks like. Hey, Marcos. Actually, I don't really need that until you get across the median area. Look like we're clear all the way across. Let's see, this traffic is so much nicer than it was when I got here. I got a couple of ways I can go since it's a good time of night. Once I get to I-2, what's that, 269 or whatever it is, over on the east side of Memphis, I have a couple of options. I can either take 269 up to 40, or I can just go straight across 240. And I'm going to probably take the latter just because it's the middle of the night and I don't think I'm going to have any traffic problems to worry about. If it was a different time of day, like maybe if it was the time of day like when I got here, I probably would be taking 269. I'm going to take the shorter and quicker, whatever's going to be the quicker route, and these conditions, I'm pretty sure the taking 240 straight across would be a faster route. It'll take a while, guess. I'll end my days somewhere around the I don't know, could be Sayre, Oklahoma or somewhere. Be some good miles, and then I want to be within range of where I could actually stop at a Pilot or Flying J for a shower. Really wanted to stop where I could shower before I started this shift, but that's not an option at that place I was at, and I didn't have options to work with considering the route and what's going on with my time. This part of the stream, this particular stream, at least this part of the shift, tentatively going to stop in Roland, Oklahoma, which is just on the other side of the Arkansas line. Depending on how I'm feeling, I may try to push further to perhaps over to Weber's Falls or something. But I think Roland makes sense though, because then I can always take my 30. I can always take a quick shower while I'm there since it's a Pilot, and I can be real quick and get my truck moving again as soon as I can there, and then I have more options on where I can shut down. I won't necessarily have to stop in Sayre. I can. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I'll get a 700-mile shift today. I don't know. We'll see. As long as I'm in the upper 600s, 650, 660, I'll be happy. Getting fuel during this particular stream, most likely, because the fuel stop I want to hit is further west of where I plan to stop for the 30. Amazon. Decent sized facility there. That's what it might be. There might be people like the people I saw over at the Shell when I was using the restroom and all that. Might have been, I don't know, could have been people who work over here and were on their way home or something. So I know the guy who was getting help right in front of me had a couple of 40s that he was flying, and kind of said, he and the cashier were talking, kind of sounded like they knew each other, like he's a regular. Plain clothes, half mile. Oh, and we got traffic lights, damn it. not get fucked by these stupid lights? Not a damn soul in sight. And the stupid thing still changes on me. You gotta be shitting me. Fucking piece of shit. Lights have to do that shit just to fuck with me, right? By the way, heading toward Memphis from the east, just inside the Tennessee line. If you need help, if you look on a map and you need help finding 72, just look for the more prominent. See, here's 269 right here, actually, because I'm on the southeast end of the Memphis area now. Jimmy Lott Parkway. Weather ahead. In fact, there is an enhanced risk of tornadoes in that area to the west, but I think I'll miss most of it. I probably should just stay over right behind them, but there's the speed limit dropped to 40. Right now. Okay, westbound 385 and 240, stay straight ahead. Alright, west, yeah, right here, turn left. Yeah. So it's a nice thing about reading signs. We are not using GPS. I have to rely more on signs and more, makes me a more alert and aware driver. be rolling? I'll be in the Little Rock area before we start getting really busy. Not sure I will, but yeah, I might be in the neighborhood there. I don't know. Has Arkansas started putting their people back to work? Or because I know a few states have, but not very many. I just don't know which ones have and have not. I know Georgia, the people just went back to work, or at least started to. So yeah, I'm trying to remember, what time do you deliver over there in Layton? I forget. Okay, so you'll be basically be able to get there and then do another 10-hour break before you deliver and have a fresh clock to run toward your next pickup with. Which I'm guessing will be Hiram or something. Maybe Clearfield, but so you do already have a reload. Yeah, I think you'll be alright though. Where's your load going down to California again or somewhere else? I know a lot of those Hiram loads go to either Miraloma or to Tracy. I know a couple of places in Oregon we go to over off the I-5 corridor. I just can't remember the names. I assume that's the area you're going to. I just can't remember the names of the cities. Wood something or Woodburn or I forget the name of that one. There's another one over there, like over by, I think not too far from Salem. Wasabi. Yeah, phone is easier. Oh, Clackamas. Okay. You're going up to Washington for the reload or somewhere else? Yeah, exactly. I told you to do that. It's so sometimes you might be the best option available, and then the next question is, can you deliver it on time? Even then, yeah, when does it due there? Or the 27th? Okay, so same day that my load is due. You can do that, or if we cross paths, I got a printer in my truck, and always I can always print more. Then the other, if you really run critically low, you can always I think truck stops can make copies and stuff, and then you can also find other JCT drivers who might have a spare. You can, yeah. I mean, oh yeah, and then and then right when I started the stream, yeah, yeah, haven't been driving that long. I've been just barely on the kind of going toward the south end of Memphis now. So yeah, I've only been rolling maybe 20 minutes. Wow. So you got lucky. Okay, go ahead. When you wake up today, what? Oh, that's good. Okay, so no, some tips when you're dealing with Wyoming weather. Always go to YO dot yeah, whatever .gov and then look up what the road conditions are on both I-80 and on US 30. Yeah, but yeah, what I'm saying, sometimes you can take US 30 around, but not always. A lot of times, if 80 is closed in that area, then 30 will also be closed. But it is an option sometimes. I have had cases where I've been able to take 30 around when I couldn't take 80. Fact, what's that? It's a little bit longer, but if let's just say you're pressed for, like, if you're on a tight ETA or something, or shutting down's going to cause you to have to take an extra 10-hour break more than you're already planning on, then I mean, if 30 is an option to get you around it and prevent you from doing that, then it's worthwhile. Yeah, no way to get to 30 if you're coming from Laramie and going west. Um, okay, you can either use the exit right before Pilot, which is I think it's 311, or you can take the exit where Pilot and Loves are at. Actually, where all the truck stops there, and go down the street where Pilot and Loves are both at, and then just take the don't turn into onto the street that Pilot or Loves are at, but just go, use that exit and turn right like you're going to the Pilot or Loves, but then just go straight ahead, and then that'll take you right to US 30. Yeah, yeah, it goes around, it goes through Medicine Bow, and then it basically ends up back around on the other side of Elk Mountain, in between Rollins and Elk Mountain. Oh, US 30 also. The US 30 generally parallels I 80 all the way until you get to the Little America area, and then around where Little America is, it'll split off and go up toward Pocatello. And it actually goes into Pocatello, and I forget where it goes after Pocatello. Yeah. Usually it's April through August or whatever, so you should be able to now, but I would check with her. Yeah, it'll burn more fuel, and you can't run that fast, but like I say, it's very scenic though, and that's the part I like about it. Yeah, Mile High Foods in Denver, and then you're talking about with JCT only though, right? Yeah, with JCT, I've been there. How many loads have I done there? Once or twice? I can't remember. I think two. I Yeah, I get the same way. We're all start getting like lightheaded when I get up by the Eisenhower Tunnel, because I mean, and then I'm dropping down in a wheat ridge. I start getting all fatigued and wanting to stop at the TA, whatever, just because, like, yeah, I think it's just because I have a little bit of hypoxia from the high altitude there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Eisenhower Tunnel's up at like 11. I think it's 11,000 or is it 12,000, something like that. It's up there. Yeah. Oh, you probably can. Yeah. I mean, every time I would go through there, though, it'd be the same way. I'd always get a little bit lightheaded up by the tunnel, and then as I'd come down, I'd start getting a little on the fatigue side, and then I could either overcome it or just stop for a nap, whatever, and be good. Probably not. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. Uh-oh. Oh. I'd okay. I'd be careful on that though, because if she and you are both on the lease, then she has a right to the place, even if you guys are no longer together. And two, you're gonna open the door to financial responsibility on that if you don't pay the rent, since you have a lease contract. Okay. We got some nasty weather here. It's gusty winds. I'm in Memphis. Uh, I don't know. I know there is a high risk of tornadoes in the area. Yeah, before I went on duty, I was looking at the radar, and it looked like there were, yeah, this area right here is getting hit with weather, but didn't look like didn't look like something that was going to concern me with tornadoes. And thought it was an enhanced risk of tornadoes further west of here, but there was no, didn't look like there was any weather in the area to worry about. So yeah, I figured, yeah, especially with the time I'm coming through here, I can hopefully get out of the area before anything does happen. Oh, that's good. So then, so so the batteries did fix it. Uh, yeah. Wait. So she quit driving the truck and got to a different one just because that one problem that was just a battery issue. Wow. The- Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. I I was kind of scratching my head at Nicole's post. They posted the truck got 100,000 miles on it now, and they got it in August. I'm like, don't you team with your husband? Like, you barely have 100,000 on it now, and you team drive. I'm kind of okay. I mean, well, if that's what works for them and they're happy, hey, that's not a problem at all. I was just kind of like, how do you only have 100,000 miles on your truck when you got it in August? I mean, shit. In that amount of time, I single-handedly put 100,000 on my truck. I'm kind of wondering the same thing, but I mean, I don't know what their situation is. I don't. It's not my business either. But I mean, maybe their quality of life could be great the way it is. I don't know, but it's, yeah. And then they're both on the truck together. They might not have living expenses to worry about, and they might like having the extra time, the slower speed stuff, yeah, where they can spend quality time together. So yeah, I'm not going to judge them on that. Just kind of it's kind of interesting because most people are wanting to make money, and that's not a formula for making money. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, or there's also a lot of times where, yeah, a lot of times also where a solo driver will have a spouse on the truck with them for that same. No, no, it was a solo driver with his wife, from my understanding. Uh, yeah, yeah, and the garbage truck was going really slow because of traffic in front of him. Yep, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, what sucks about it too is that in the last 2 years, uh, earlier this year, okay, JCT had two fatal accidents on the record. One of them was, I think, a double fatality or whatever. I remember that happened February of 2018. So it just rolled off the 2 year record. And then there was another one that just happened in May of last year. Can't remember a situation. I think it was in Texas, and I can't remember what all happened there. I think they had a rolled or something like that. But yeah, I can't remember. I think if I remember right, the JCT driver died in that one. My experience so far has been they keep it hush hush. You might see it mentioned, and you might see some talk about it in the Facebook group or from other drivers or on or trucking groups. But like when that one that happened in Midland happened, people were talking about it, and it was all over every trucking group or whatever. And then I'm looking all over, and I can't find it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No wonder I couldn't find it then. Um, yeah, probably because next of kin hadn't been notified and they didn't know until they knew the names or whatever, they didn't want it up there. But yeah, I have a different way of looking at that too. It's like, when and how is it ever a good way to let someone know that their loved one is dead? Well, it doesn't matter, right? I mean, do you ever want to find out that your loved one died in a car accident or something? Doesn't matter. It's like, it doesn't matter if it's the cops showing up at your house telling you, or like, what makes it any better? I don't think it's exactly. It's like, so what people get so sensitive about some of the, I just don't understand it. Like, I mean, obviously, yeah. Well, then, and I'm also, I think a lot differently than the average person thinks too. So I just see things a lot different. Yeah. No. It's like in fact, if it was something, I'd want to know as quickly as possible. It doesn't matter if it's me finding out on Facebook, someone that, or whatever, or someone else or someone I know calling me and telling me, "Hey, I think you're," or whatever. I'd rather be worried and be at least be in a position to be there as quickly as possible if I can, than not know anything until after already. Who knows at what time? Yeah, yeah. Because what's up? Go ahead, and finish your statement. Okay, so what happened was the garbage truck was following the F-250 driver, and they were both at really slow speed because of traffic. They were just getting into the Midland area from the east, and the JCT driver. I don't know what was going on there. I don't know if he was. It was in the afternoon. He could have been. I mean, it could have been fatigued or whatever, but he was probably either playing with his phone or talking to his wife or distracted in some other way, and maybe daydreaming. You never know, and not paying. Well, either way, his mind apparently wasn't on what was going on up in front of him, and didn't realize until it was way too late, and went crashing into the back end of the garbage truck. Garbage truck got put. Yeah, the garbage truck got pushed into the F-250, and then the garbage truck ended up getting spun around and flipped over onto its roof in the ditch on in between the uh, in, in between the westbound lanes and the service road. Yeah, and yes, and so did the F-250 driver. Yeah, yeah. And did you ever see the TikTok video of someone passing by the other direction? Oh, okay. I'll see because I sent it to a couple of people. I can show you it later. Yeah, it wasn't good. As soon as you see the front end of the truck, you're like, holy shit! No wonder. Like you can tell from the look at the front of the truck that it's no surprise that whoever was in the JCT truck died. Correct. I want to say they're both in their 50s or something. I don't remember though. Something like that. I do know that they were only they had not been with JCT a full year yet. So, and I think they might have been like new to the company, possibly. Yeah, but I know they hadn't had a 1 year anniversary yet. So yeah, it's a possibility. You never know.
Yeah, that was actually a good move by you in the situation. I mean, you did the best move you could for for what happened, and should have never happened. But that fucking yeah, and that freaking bitch who was doing that to you should have been ran off the road in reality. But no, the most professional and safe thing to do is exactly what you did. Okay, so here's where the big difference is between you and this any ordinary person. You did not panic. You you got in a bad situation, then you used whatever time you had to think of a solution. And and the panic is usually what always causes the biggest problems. Tell me, got a way station coming up. I can't tell if it's open. I think it says open, but I can't tell. Memphis. I'm just crossing into Arkansas. Yeah, nope, it's open. I can't see where the off ramp. I've not got anything yet, and I didn't get anything on my free pass, and yeah, I gotta go in, so I'll call you back. All right. Okay.
What, you all get the bypass lane or something? What's the point then? I'm on I-55. Just got into Arkansas a second ago. As soon as I crossed that bridge that you saw me crossing, that was the Mississippi. Won't be on 55 for too long before I'll end up on I-40 westbound. Come on. Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy.
Hey, sweetie. Okay. hmm Oh, that's good. Yeah, and it's you see how there's usually a lot less traffic on the road, and then you have a hell of a lot easier time finding parking too when you're done. Yeah, and then you add in the fact that because you're pulling a reefer, yeah, you can be a little more distant from anyone, and then if people want to park next to you, they can. They don't have to though. Yeah, that can sometimes be a pain in the ass to get out. Uh huh. And I had mine set for about 11:40, and then or no, 1:40. And for some reason, I woke up at like 11:30 something, and I thought my alarm had went off, and I'd get up and like ready to start get moving, and then I would take a close look. Why do I still have like 2 hours before I can move? And then I look at my phone and what the hell? It's only 11:40. Are you serious? Why am I even awake? I don't even know. All right. Yeah. Oh yeah, and it's good because then you can get experience with both. Now, okay, try now. Take a look sometime when you do. Okay, do at least like a 2 hour break in the middle of your shift. It has to be at least 2 hours, and then when you get done with your shift, and then do your 8 hour sleeper berth. And when your 8 hour sleeper berth is done, take a look at what happens with your clocks, particularly your drive clock. Not quite. No, what happens is if let's just say you drive for 5 hours and then you take a 2 hour break and then you drive for another 5 hours. Okay, so then you end up with like 1 hour left on your clock. Okay, then you do 8 hour sleeper berth. Then as soon as your 8 hours is up, you'll have 6 hours of drive time to work with. So you'll have the 1 hour plus the 5 hours that was before the 2 hour break. But yeah, but if you do an hour and 59-minute break and then do an 8-2 split, you won't get any drive time at all back. So yeah, at least 2 hours for it to be used most effectively. You can still use you can still do less than 2 hours on the yeah, say you do a 30-minute break, whatever, like normal, and then maybe a 14-hour clock screwed you out of getting to a location, and maybe you're maybe a 10-hour break will cause you to be late to a particular customer, but yeah, you might have enough drive time with an 8 hour to still get to where you're trying to get to. That's where I that's where I go ahead and use I don't care if I've only done a 30-minute break. If I only have so much drive time to work with, if it's enough to get me where I need to be for a particular purpose like that, then I'll go ahead and do it. But usually I always like like if I have any issues today where I want to make me stop for a nap, I'll just stop and take a 2 hour break. But I want to get as far as I can down the road because whatever, yeah, the only, if you do a 2 hour break, the only thing you get back is whatever drive time you used up before the 2 hour break. So, yeah, so if you only did like say 3 hours of driving time and then you did a 2 hour break and then you ran the rest of your shift, and then the only thing you get back is 3 hours, and then it might be kind of a moot point. And if you run, particularly better though, is if you run, let's just say, like 7 plus hours, closer to your 8 hour mark before the 30 minute, before the 8 hour clock runs down, and then instead of doing a 30-minute break, you do a 2 hour break, and then you do your 8 hour sleeper berth, and you got your 10 hours total. And then when you start your next shift, you're going to have the better part of an entire 8 hour clock to work with before you're going to have to stop again. And there's actually an advantage to it too, because if you're on a tight schedule, yeah, if it's set up correctly, if you can you can actually avoid taking 30-minute breaks, basically, because the 2 hour part of your breaks is a 30-minute break. So yeah, yeah, so you can actually save about half an hour on your ETA by doing that, but only if you've done it correctly. Because I say if you don't run that many hours at the beginning of your shift before taking the 2 hour break, and then you might not give yourself enough hours to work with on a shift where maybe you can, especially like when I'm going into California, I do this sometimes, where I'll do a 2 8 and then maybe I'll have enough time on my clock after the last 8 hours where I can run it straight to my house or whatever from there, and then or even straight to the customer if that be the case. Yeah, you're saying, yeah, you can always go to. Yeah. Last time I sent an arrival call early like that, one of the night shift guys told me, "Don't, you didn't check in yet, did you?" I'm like, "No, I know better. I've been doing this for 2 years, and I know the way Walmart operates." Okay, well, next time just don't send an arrival call, and then just send us a free form or whatever. You know, I've been doing it exactly like this for the almost the entire time I've been with JCT, and that's the first time I've heard anyone tell me something like that. Exactly. So yeah, it's like you've already, yeah, 'cause if you already logged the time getting to the customer, and like I put arrival because I already am there, I just can't check in. And I even put a note in the message that the last time and saying, "Hey, I'm here, but I'm PCing over to to the truck stop until it's time to until it's check-in time." No, go to a state that allows it. You won't have any problems. Some idiot on the radio said, "I need some 420." It's like, well, you can always go to, I think Oklahoma does recreational marijuana. I don't know about Arkansas, but Oklahoma's only one state away. Be like, yeah, go ahead and keep being a prick until you find out you the hard way you pissed the wrong person off. So I don't give a shit if you fight or whatever. If you like to fight, all it takes is that one wrong person who's not so sane and pulls a gun on you. And there are people out here who will do that. Oh, that's good. Yeah, well then also, isn't it on your license that you're a CCW holder? So yeah, then you have to deal with every time you have to present your license to an officer of the law, you have to declare that you are one, and yeah, yeah, they actually like CCW holders because they know that you have to be a law-abiding citizen to even be allowed to have one, and they know that you probably are on their side. And was there? Did you have to do any like actually shooting training too, or I mean, an accurate like check for accuracy? Yeah, and see that's important. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've tried firing a handgun before. A friend of mine, yeah, he and I went shooting once, and I tried his out. He had a couple of 40s. Which one? I think one was a Glock 17, I think, or 22, whatever it is. Which one? That's the 40. Okay. Oh, you're in Green. You're in Green River. Hey, don't we all? Yeah. They don't hear me on my streams, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I blow mine a lot when I'm in tunnels. Usually not if I have too many people around me, but otherwise, yeah, but I don't want to freak other people out. But yeah, it's like a must. Yeah. Are you serious, or are you just fucking around with me again? How big? All right. Where? What part of the truck did it hit? Yeah, you never know though. Because a friend of mine, ironically, I was on the phone with him when it happened. I think. Also, why is it everyone, people I know who hit deer, I'm on the phone with them when it actually happens? Uh, got a good flashlight you can use? All right. Yeah, well, my friend who hit that, when I was on the phone with him, he was, where the hell was he at? I think he was in Montana or something. I think he and I were both still with Sea England at the time or something. And yeah, he hit it in that same area, right side of the front end, and then yeah, there were. I think it busted one of his airbags and something else. Didn't do any damage. Okay, I recommend pop your head, double check, because just because you don't see anything on the outside doesn't mean you won't see something on the inside. But you still saw the deer afterward after you passed by, right? Okay, so you're probably all right. But would you get like the back end of the deer or something? Okay. All right. Well, at least you didn't swerve and hit the brakes together. That would have been a great way to roll the truck. So it's great. Yeah. If you don't see any damage, I don't think I would. But if you see even a remote amount of damage at all, yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea to report that you hit a deer. Okay. So you don't see anything at all on the deer guard or anything like that? Was he running from the left to the right or something? Oh, okay. So it went across and then you almost made it before getting hit. That was would have been funny if your horn probably caused it. Okay, then, and it might not because you have that dash cam thing too. Yeah, I don't know how much time you have to hit that thing so John can look at it, whatever, and you can ask him, hey, did I do okay with this, or just in case there, what's up? Um, probably a good idea to ask, maybe even ask if they can tell if anything, if it can, I don't know, can night dispatch see if it triggered? I don't know. Yeah, yeah, or you can even put on the Qualcomm. Then there's a documented proof that you knew you hit it and that you're reporting it, but you don't see any damage, so you're not sure that anything needs to be done. I've had several close calls, but never actually hit one. Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, yeah. Not like you had any way to know it was there though. Uh, yeah. In my situations, I've had see, I had four or so that I can think of. One of them was actually is on my YouTube. I think I showed you that one. Yeah, the one in Des Moines.
We just lost connection. Alright, stay around 75 coming up. This is Arkansas in between West Memphis, or I guess I can say within Memphis. Between Memphis and Little Rock. For anybody watching who wants to know about where I'm at. Westbound I-40, heading toward Little Rock. Still got about 100 miles to go to Little Rock.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, I mean, speaking of what I have hit, I've had several bird strikes. Ran over a coyote once. Almost hit another coyote. I couldn't do anything about the coyote. I tried, but he was running across the road and at a angle to me. I was in the Walmart fleet, I think, and I was on my way back toward Casa Grande from Las Cruces. And just about a mile or so before I got to the Border Patrol checkpoint over there, but yeah, it was at night, of course, and I see this coyote running diagonally from basically across from the left to the right and running generally away from me. And I couldn't react fast enough. It ended up going right underneath the center of my truck. Uh-huh. How'd you? How do you not feel? How did you not feel anything? Still, I've hit a couple possums and I can feel it. Yeah, over with the tire. Okay. So you didn't actually run him over. You just drove over him, but didn't actually run him over. Okay, that's different. No wonder. Just okay. Wow. Yeah. So let's see, the first possum I ever hit was with England. I was going across Highway 2 between Nebraska City and Lincoln. And I remember the stupid thing was going across it had gone from left to right. It had already gotten all the way across the road, and it was pretty much in the shoulder. It wasn't even going to be a factor. And then as he sees me coming, he freaking turned around and went back into the lane right into my tire. I'm like, "Fuck, that was dumb. Should have stayed right where you were at. You would have been alive still." So he already cleared the lane, so I'm like, there's no reason for me to slow down. He's going to stay out of the way, and freaking just dumbass turns around and, hey, let's go ahead and commit suicide by truck. Yeah, could have been adrenaline too, but you never know, right? I had a close call with a raccoon once on US 63 on my way out to Moberly one night, but didn't hit it. And there was another possum I hit. But otherwise, aside from the two possums and the coyote, everything else has been birds. Surprisingly, you'd think that birds would be the least likely animal to get hit by a vehicle, but no, I've hit several birds, and it's not always. I had one. I had, I think, two of them hit my windshield, and they're usually predatory birds like owls or hawks. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, when the first time actually the first time I had that happen was actually in my pickup when I was still working at March Air Force Base. But I was doing like 75 miles an hour, and I saw this white owl going across from left to right, and all of a sudden, boom! He smacked real hard into the top center area of my windshield. I'm like, shit. I'm like, I get home and I'm like looking all over my truck to see if, because I couldn't see any cracks from in here, but then once I had light or whatever, and I was not in the vehicle. I took a really hard look and I couldn't find any problems, but I don't know how it didn't break my windshield. Yeah, especially when you see footage like on Facebook or wherever of people were getting like, where like a turkey or something goes right through yeah. I've seen that. I've heard of that happening. Actually, actually, a friend of mine, she works at Edwards Air Force Base. Um, where was I think she was going through an area basically over by Colton called Richie Canyon. So it's basically in between Moreno Valley and Colton area. And basically, uh, well, they're wild mules that are wild dogs. Um, anyway, she was driving through there and she hit one, and it went right through her windshield and then freaking tore her up. Yeah, she was in a coma. She went into a coma, and then they had to do like reconstructive surgery on her and all that. That once she ended up coming out of it. Yeah, yeah. She looked mostly the same, but actually, I mean, I almost say she looked a little bit younger looking from the cosmetic surgery they did on her. Yeah, they did a really good job on her. Oh yeah, yeah. Let's see. Had one other. Okay, I know there was one when I was on my way to Laredo. This was with England, of course, and I was on one of those two-lane U.S. highways. I don't remember which one, but I know I was going toward Laredo. I don't remember if I was on like US 90 or something, or US 83 or something down that way. But yeah, it's at night and just myself, and I see this deer coming from the other side of the road and starts kind of just nonchalantly trotting right toward my lane, but kind of that diagonal away from me way that coyote was. And then I guess he realized that was coming, and then just kind of nonchalantly went back. I trotted back over to the same shoulder that he came from, and like, oh, thank God, because I came pretty close. I came kind of probably within about 10 feet of hitting him. It can, yeah. And I can't remember who was with me. I was on the Walmart fleet on my way up to Flagstaff to deliver there. when I think after I can't remember if the previous drop was in Prescott Valley or in Phoenix area somewhere, but I was coming up I-17. I know that. And about 20 miles before I got to Flagstaff, I'm in the right lane and I see some freaking massive looking deer looking thing just standing there in the middle of the number 1 lane, and I'm in the number 2 lane. And I'm like, what the hell is that? That can't be a deer. That thing is freaking massive. I couldn't, but I didn't have enough of my light on it to tell what the hell I was looking at. And then I'm like, uh, there's like they don't have moose down here, so it can't be a moose. And I'm like, well, maybe it's an elk, but I didn't know elk were that big. And yeah, I know that now. Because I mean, they're called what? So yeah, yeah, and it was a big, huge bull elk too, and as I'm used to seeing tule elk, which are smaller, and they look more like a caribou or something. But no, this one was one of those. What's up? No, when I finally got just enough of my headlights on him to figure out what exactly I was looking at, he took off back into the median. I'm like, thank God he took. Thank God he moved the way he did, because if he had gone into my path, I would have hit him, man. And yeah, a big bull elk like that. What do those things weigh? How much? Over 1,000 pounds or something? Or what do those things weigh? I don't know. Yeah, and then the meat too. But yeah, he was huge, and like I figured out finally it was an elk because that scruff thing on his chest. They have that scruffy kind of hair on their chest, whatever. Yeah, I saw that. Exactly. Piss off, deer. There's a deer hanging out over here by right by where the edge of the grass is, right almost where it's right shoulder. What's that? I wait till I'm already about to pass them before I actually hit it. Yeah, man. Gotta work on. I gotta teach that guy how to talk. Yeah, that's like Boomhauer. Is that you? That's kind of funny, isn't it? Yeah, it doesn't happen every day for me. My radio's always on, and we don't hear it that often. Usually don't hear anything at all, or might hear a couple of guys who know each other and are kind of caravanning together, chatting or whatever. Or you might hear the oversized guys with their escorts sometimes on it, or like with that, like there, where that guy was trying to get a hold of a flatbedder, tell him, hey, you don't have any trailer lights. Not necessarily. Is he pulling over, or is he just staying right there? It's probably just an idiot wanting to take a piss on the side of the road or something. Then instead of Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Last time what's up? Oh, yeah. I was gonna say, not too long ago, I was going eastbound on 40 through Albuquerque, and some freaking dipshits were like talking trash to each other. Yeah, I bet you. I mean, I'm afraid to go to jail, whatever. Right? Blah blah, whatever. Like I'm a badass, and I like to fight. And, this guy was being a left lane hog and being just talking like an idiot. And I knew who it was because I watched him getting on his radio as he was passing me up. And so, like, what a dumbass. And then he's like, "Yeah, I'll be at the 190 at the 197 over basically. I think it was Lisa's over in Moriarty. Freaking dumbass. Yeah, like I say, don't go looking for drama because sometimes, yeah, sometime might come where you're gonna find drama you don't want to find. You know, it's oh my God, you kind of reminded me of something when I was younger. Before I even left for the military, a friend of mine, we were driving into town. This was in Barstow. We were driving into town, and I'm driving my car. My friend's with me, and we passed by this car with an older lady and like a granddaughter or whatever, and a car, and I guess grandma had her window open. And my my friend, yeah, it was kind of messed up, but it wasn't bad. Um, he had a sandwich. They threw it out the window, and it went into the woman's car. She starts following us. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, it was funny. We were doing like different laps around the high school though, just to see if she was actually following us or she just going because we were already going the same direction anyway. And then sure enough, yeah, she was following us around. We were just what? No, we got she wasn't keeping up with us, and we were just kind of doing circles and stuff, and ended up going the opposite direction as her and stuff. And I don't know. Knowing him, I wouldn't be surprised if he really meant to do it, but I don't know. Because this is the same crazy guy there's a Del Taco in Victorville that we went to one night, and I think it was my think another friend, and then a couple of my cousins were with me. I think we're all in there together, dining in, and um, the server in there was just being a bitch to us for some reason. I don't even know why. We were just, just had some issue with us or something. It's like, yeah, that's good customer service skills you got there, lady. Yeah, it was someone young, like a younger female, like our age, kind of, and we get, we eat all of our food, whatever, and then when we're to leave, you get back in the car. And of course, well, it was in my car, but then I let my friend drive because hey, I got an idea. I just want to get a yeah, I just want to refill my drink. So we go through the drive-through with my friend driving, and he orders like a macho orange soda, and then she gives it to him, and then on the way out, he puts the lid and threw it at her, and it got all over her. Uh, well, she was a bitch though. That was and you know what's funny is because while we were inside eating, a couple of her like she had a couple of male friends who came over and were chatting whatever while they were ordering food. And when we went through the drive-through and when we're leaving, I actually see these guys sitting in at one of the tables there, and what they I guess they saw it happen and they were just laughing. Wow, basically a vandalism ticket or something. Oh, damn. What in the hell? Damn. Yeah, it's true. Because even if statute of limitations runs out, if they have new evidence, that I don't know if that might still be able to reopen it or something. I don't know. I'm not sure how that works. Yeah, yeah, that's good. Don't how much damage was done? Wait, do they have like a dollar cost or anything? Or damn. Oh, Statutory rape. Oh, yeah, it sounds like statutory rape, basically. Yeah. You know, someone I went to school with had that same problem where because and yeah, and the dad of the girlfriend, whatever, yeah, it was yeah, boyfriend and girlfriend couple. They were both classmates of mine. Or, can't remember. One of them might have been like a year younger. I can't remember. But the boyfriend I know was one of my classmates, and the girlfriend, her dad is a CHP officer, and apparently one of those stick in his ass kind of ones too. I'll give you more on that one. But yeah. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe they didn't like him or something, but they yeah the two of them had been having sex already, and then once as soon as the boyfriend turned 18, and they did it again, they filed they basically made a statutory rape complaint against him. So I'm not sure whatever happened there. I'm not sure he even got charged or anything, but they tried to. Yeah, but it was chicken. Yeah, it was chicken shit. He was 18 and she was 17. So, like, seriously? It's like, how about you be a, yeah, and then how about you be a better parent to your kid or something? And, you know, everybody's, you can handle that problem on your own. Like, come on. That's chicken shit. And then even more with this dad of hers. Okay, so, every, a lot of cities, they have like a Miss Whatever contest, beauty pageant. Okay, so they had this girl who actually won the Miss Barstow pageant, and then yeah, I think then they can during a senior year uh, revelations or whatever you want to call it. Um, they went and teepeed this. No, I don't think they. No, they didn't teepeed. They used what was it? Like a removable marker kind of or whatever, and they wrote on this guy on the dad's car or whatever. Yeah, or something. Yeah, yeah, it's something that where it actually can easily erase. And yeah, it wasn't. She didn't even use a permanent marker. It was something that could easily be wiped off. And they did that for a good reason because they didn't want to do damage to the car. They just wanted to mess with him. And oh, guess what? Yeah, they still filed a freaking police complaint against her, and I think she ended up getting, yeah, and then she ended up getting stripped of her crown because of it. Yeah, right? It's like, wow, what, what kind of piece of shit does that? Yeah, it's chicken shit. Yeah. That was a normal thing in the military. Like when it's your last day at a unit, if they, this is how you know that they like you. Because if everyone like grabs you and then like ties you down to a chair and starts doing all kinds of stuff to you, like pouring water all over you or milk or ketchup, mustard, all spraying it all over you or whatever, then that's a sign that they like you. If it's your last day there and nobody even does a single thing for you, then you know that you were not liked. Exactly. Yeah, and then you don't because you don't know if you're gonna see them again. And, you never know because they might be going to just PCSing to another duty station, or they could be actually leaving the military, and you may or may not ever see them again. Anything. Oh man, let's see. There was the National Guard unit there that was right next to us, or Air National Guard unit. I remember I was leaving work one day, and someone over there had saran wrapped one of their coworkers. Like it was a Jeep or SUV, whatever the hell it was. They completely saran wrapped the entire vehicle. Probably someone who was TDY or something, and it was just I was laughing. Yeah, no, I don't know about. No, that doesn't happen. Not in the Air Force, at least. If you can't pass we have probably the easiest physical standard of all the branches, and you have basically to run a mile and a half in a certain amount of time. And there's actually a point scoring system, so but you have a certain baseline you have to do at least better than, and then you have to do a certain number of push-ups and a certain number of sit-ups. But then the more you do above whatever that baseline is, the higher your score is. So if you just barely do the minimum to pass each component, you probably won't get enough points to pass the overall. And yeah, but in basic training, I don't know if they use the same thing there because they've changed the fitness program so much in boot camp at Lackland that I don't even know now. But yeah, when I went through there, if you couldn't pass the physical standard, you would get washed back for basically go back 2 weeks in training. So you wouldn't graduate with your flight. You would actually get pushed back into a flight that's 2 weeks behind yours, and then you spend another 2 weeks with that flight. And then they would keep doing that as long as necessary, or until they say, yeah, you know what, you're no good to the military. We're gonna get rid of you. Yeah, normally. Wow. All right, Tom. We'll see you later. Have a great day at school. Yeah, Tom C is starting CDL school today. I didn't catch it. So anyway, what? No, the potential recruit. No, he never got with me. Was he? Was you're gonna have a message? Get it with me on Messenger or on text or what? Oh, okay. What? So what is his name? It's all good. You can always look later if you want. All right, yeah, that'll work. Cause if it comes down to it, I can always contact them and or something. Hey, I don't know if you're still interested in VCT, but yeah, I heard you might have some questions that I might be able to answer, kind of thing. What do they say? Why they think it sucks? Uh, yep. Yeah, and Shay just sent me someone to mentor the other day, and I made contact with her yesterday, but only by text message. And like, time complaining about how she can't get 80 miles, but then and I asked her what's going on there, and oh, I sat for 72 hours at Tyson or something like that, and another 48 or no, 36 or something like that at JBS, and 48 or whatever at Publix. Or I'm like, how in the hell did you spend 48 hours at Publix waiting? And I even asked her, well, no, I even asked her specifically, is this 48 hours uh, from the time from when you first showed up to when you were empty, or I mean, because I'm trying to figure out if any of this 48-hour time that she said had anything to do with her just showing up early, or how much of it was basically time between check-in and empty call, and then how much of it was just time after you're empty waiting for a reload or something. And I could not get a good answer out of her on it. And it's like it's just one of those like freaking flitty whatever kind of people who just they want to flounder and not give you any information. Like, okay, well, go ahead and sink your own ship then. No, there's always things I can be helping you with, but yeah, you're well on your way, so that's good. Keep doing, yeah, keep doing what you're doing. You'll do fine. Yeah, maybe, or could just be no loads available. It's not always a poor planning thing. It just could just be there's nothing for them to plan. It does happen. Yeah. Okay. Keep your records on that spreadsheet. You'll probably see yourself having. Now you're gonna get paid 4,000 mile weeks, but it won't necessarily mean you actually ran 4,000 miles that week. It's just a matter of whether the loads overlap the settlement period or something. Yep. Yeah. Okay, now what about this week? How did that come out? Okay, not bad, but not great. Yeah. It happens sometimes. It even happens to me sometimes. Oh, okay, just keep doing what you're doing, and then make sure you communicate effectively with her, and you'll do fine. Because that was one of the other things. Is I asked that girl if she ever sends like regular PTA updates to Shay, and then said, yeah, according to her, she just kind of gave some vague. She tell, I always get with her on like, but then I talked to Shay about it. And it's like, no, she never sends me ETA or PTA info. Well, there's part of the problem. If you're sitting waiting for reload information, it's probably because you're not giving your DM any information. So if DM doesn't know when you'll be ready to reload, and then they have to play guessing games, and if they have to play guessing games, they'll just wait until you're empty, and when you're empty, and they'll look at your hours then, and okay, whatever's available, which might be the leftovers from what everybody else already took from. Uh, no, you're okay. It does that sometimes. Yeah, it'll start back up. Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, and then when you shut down for the end of the night, just log out, and then I mean when you're ready to go into sleepover, log out, and then when you're ready to go back on, change your status again, log back in, and then that way it can do its updates. So you're by Fort Bridger, the TA over there. I've been through Wyoming more than enough times to. Yep, you're getting ready to go through the Three Sisters. Yep. Yeah. Right after you get past the TA is the first one. That's the bigger one. Yep. Especially in Elk Mountain area, or yeah, because Elk Mountain area is notorious for strong winds, and not to mention the snow as well, and get a lot of black ice and stuff out there, and also over there by Rollins, that can be yeah a little bit like maybe in between Rollins and Wamsutter. I noticed that area tends to get kind of bad too. Are you talking about the more recent one? Yeah, you're talking about the big pileup in Wyoming, right? That was more recent. There were two of them. There was one that was like 40 vehicles involved, and another one that was 80 vehicles involved. And they both happened within an hour of each other and only like 3 miles apart. And they were, I can't remember what mile markers, but I want to say they were in the Elk Mountain neck of the woods. What's up? Is it another truck? There's some knuckleheads out there. Yeah, there are people who are that stupid. They're that lazy they can't be bothered to get off the freeway and be in a safer spot. It's like I saw it when I was on a Walmart fleet. I remember I was going up to Salt Lake City area and I saw an England on the right shoulder, right after one of the off ramps for Baker, and they got like three exits in Baker, and the first one, yeah, it just goes right through. It's a small town. You can just go right up the road, and there's even a truck stop right there on the south end of Baker. Yeah, right by there's a whole shitload of like Tesla supercharging stations right by it. The truck stop I'm talking about, and then you can go right back up to like the center of Baker by where the Mad Greek is at and make a right, and there's another on ramp right there to get back on. But no, they'd rather and I knew the guy got out to piss because I saw him come out from his fifth wheel area and walk back over to the truck. I'm like, God, you're that stupid. You can't get off the road, and you just have to stop on the right shoulder like a fucking idiot, right? Yeah. And then if like I said, all it takes is some dumbass either falling asleep or distracted driving. Doesn't matter if they're talking to a passenger or texting or whatever. They drift out of the lane, or a drunk person to drift out of the lane, whatever the case might be, and crash into the back of you while you're there and get themselves killed. Guess what? You're now in a avoidable accident. Even if it's not your fault, it is still avoidable, and you will still get a ticket, and you will still be given having to donate piss for drug tests. Yeah, I don't know how well that would. I'm not sure that would stick though, because yeah, he might have got because you know what the criteria is for vehicular manslaughter, right? Okay, an accident. There's like basically four criteria, and they all have to apply. Because I was actually a juror in a vehicular manslaughter case. Um, okay, so an accident had to have happened. The accident, there had to have been a fatality from the accident. A citation had to have been issued, and the whatever the infraction was that the citation was given for has to be determined to be the significant contributor to the accident. So if even one of those things does not apply, you cannot convict the person of it. And it's Yeah, I did jury duty once, and it was actually a vehicular manslaughter case. And ironically, it was a fatal accident that I had to divert around on my way home from work one day. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was on Cactus Avenue in Moreno Valley. I was on my way home from work, and I would just there are different routes I would take home. Sometimes I would take Cactus Avenue all the way down to the east end of Moreno Valley, and basically work my way over to Gilman Springs Road. And then other times I would take the 215 up to 60 and take 60 over to Gilman Springs. And then other times I would take 215 down to Ramona Expressway and then take Ramona Expressway across. This particular time I was going across Cactus, and I remembered when I got to a particular intersection down there, I think it was Oliver Street, whatever. The cops were there blocking the road, and we all had to cut up to Alessandro to get around it. And I didn't think much of it. Like, okay, that's not good. It was obviously a fatal accident. You could tell something had happened down the road, but yeah, man, why would they be blocking the road too? And then about a year later, or whatever the hell it was, I get summoned for jury duty in downtown Riverside, and show up, and of course they kind of talk about the basically what the case is about, whatever kind of, and then and of course I end up being one of the first people picked. Of course they love government employees, yeah, because I get jury I was getting jury duty pay, so yeah, yeah, basically I don't know, I'm not jury duty pay, but Department of Defense or DFAS will actually pay you. They actually pay you jury duty leave. You get paid your normal regular salary for as long as it takes to go through to finish the court hearing or the process, whatever. So it's not like a regular job where a lot of people won't pay you unless you're actually working for them. And then the court will actually pay you a small, like a chump change kind of thing. No, uh, yeah, more like no, I was making almost $40 an hour and still making my regular pay for like 2 full weeks while I was on duty there. So yeah, but yeah, no, yeah. So that's why they like to take government employees because they know that we're not going to have any issues with our livelihoods getting messed up. So yeah. Oh, I don't have a problem with doing it. I mean, sometimes it's interesting to learn new things about the law and stuff, and because you never know when it could be useful for you or for someone else you might know that might need that information to help their case. It was a female driver. It was a young female driver. No, we actually deadlocked. Okay, so when we first went to deliberations, actually six of us were actually in favor of acquitting her because what happened was and I remembered the car because I remember when I saw the pictures of the vehicles involved. I'm like, hey, I know that car. I've seen it before because I would always see it right there on Cactus Avenue, and and then I knew the intersection, and of course the judge tells us I don't want don't go to the intersection involved and or the area involved, and then if you do normally go through that area on your way to or from work, whatever, we ask that you please, we recommend you go a different way so you don't, there's no chance of you being biased, like you're basically getting biased because your knowledge of the area or something or whatever. But like fuck that, I already know the intersection well, and I could tell from the pictures what I was convinced happened. So, all right. So the girl, she was going eastbound on Cactus Avenue, and it was a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit. There's a spot where the lane went from one lane eastbound into two eastbound lanes, not too long before the intersection. And then she went basically merged over to the left lane because that's the lane that was opening up. And then after she went to the left lane, she decided she was going to go back to the right lane. Now, mind you, though, she was doing 70 miles an hour in a 50 zone. So driving way too fast. But now she came up on an intersection that was a lighted intersection, traffic lights. She had a green light. So yeah, and then there were a couple of witnesses who were actually at the intersection. One of them was a guy who was making a right turn from the girls' right. So he was going northbound and wanting to go to the same direction that the girl who was on trial for was. And so and then they showed pictures of how this guy making the right turn would not have been able to see her that far away because there was this big white comm box at the corner that restricted his view of traffic coming from the west. And basically, I was convinced, and I think all of us who wanted to acquit her were all convinced that the guy who he went on the witness stand and claimed that he never made his turn until after she had already was supposedly out of control. And yeah, because what happened was she swerved off to the left and and ended up going into the westbound lanes of Cactus Avenue after she had already passed the intersection. But she was going at an angle, and and then according to her former friend who was in the car with her friend's testimony, whatever, was that she froze up and let her hands off the steering wheel, and then if they were going to go, if they had done nothing at all. I mean, if nothing had happened, if the passenger had never touched the car, the the car would have just ran over a curb and into a dirt field over there between a couple of properties. But the passenger grabbed the steering wheel and moved it, turned it back over to the right, to try to correct back into the eastbound lanes. Well, when she was doing that, there was an old man coming westbound. I guess he got down to like 30 miles an hour. He did what he could, but they collided head on with him, and they killed the old. Uh, yeah, the old man died, and then the driver who was on trial, she had permanent injuries. You could tell that she needed help getting around with her mom and the other girl she was with, whatever. Um, yeah, so it messed her up. But yeah, so then now the question was, or what was what was ultimately the cause of the accident? Because yeah, the citation was given. I mean, obviously three of the four elements applied, but the 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 contention point was her speeding the significant contributor to the accident, or did the guy who claimed on the witness stand that he never made his turn, did he actually make his turn in front of her and cause her to swerve? Because it kind of sounded like, because one person was saying like she looked like she was drifting toward the curb or something at the corner of the intersection where he was at, where the right turning guy was at. And then someone else said, yeah, she was like out of control or whatever. And like, well, that's not what these skid marks on the road are telling me. These skid marks, because even the cop who was handling it was explaining what these, like how they have circumferential skid marks, and based on the radius and the length of the skid, they used a formula and they were able to determine that she was doing like 68 miles an hour. And yeah, and then and even the defense, the public defender had said that, yeah, we'll give you this part. She admits that she was speeding, and you know, and we're not trying to deny that. But the question is, do we have the right person on here on trial? And yeah, and I kind of agree because I'm looking at the skid marks and they're right in the middle of the intersection and they're going generally parallel with the lanes, but they're halfway between the two lanes. So like this, or yeah, or maybe it wasn't right in the center of the intersection, but it was, yeah, not. You could tell that she was in between the two lanes, and that she was generally moving in the same direction as the lanes before the left swerve happened. And it didn't look like she was out of control because there was another set of right swerve marks further down the road that okay, if she had swerved out of control, she would have been sideways and you would have seen the other swerve marks closer to where the first set were at, and they would have probably seen a more of a like a chattery kind of skid mark. I mean, come on, I've seen skid marks before. I don't need a cop to tell me that. And but the skid marks that were further down the road were more kind of looked like the more smoother, like they weren't like a total like sideways kind of skid. It looked more like the tires were squealing kind of a skid. And yeah, and then it was the same kind of maneuver. It looked like roughly the same kind of radius, but it just went right back toward the lanes where the collision happened. And on the coroner's report, it showed that the impact happened 310 feet east of the intersection. So we're looking at the satellite pictures, or not satellite, but the aerial pictures, because they had an airplane taking pictures of the scene. And um, and then what you see from the right turn lane of the intersection where the guy was at, where the guy I think really caused it. And you can see the white com box there, and we're trying to guesstimate like how far down the road you can actually see before you have to actually pull forward further and maybe even into the actual the intersection before you can actually see very far down the road. And yeah, I even okay, I'm a math whiz. This is where algebra comes into play. People hate algebra. Like, how do I use this? How do I use this in the real world? Okay, well, I'll show you how I use it. You remember the basic equation, distance equals rate times time? Okay, all right. All right, well, to figure out whatever you need to know, okay, how much time did he have before she got into the intersection, between when he saw her and when she entered the intersection? And what I wanted to know was how much different would the time that he'd have to work with be if she was actually doing 50 miles an hour like she was supposed to be doing? And we kind of estimated that it was only maybe a couple hundred feet that he would have been able to see her before going into the intersection. So, okay, distance equals rate times time. So if we know how far, we know distance and we know rate. So now all we got to do is figure out time. But now if you have different units of measure, like miles per hour, but you need to know feet per second. So there's conversions for that. And I use my knowledge of chemistry, or the way we did formulas in chemistry classes to figure that out. And yeah, and I figured out but if she's doing like 70 versus when she's doing 50, it was only going to be a 3/4 second difference between when she would have been visible to when she would have been in the intersection. 3/4 of a second. I had concerns that it didn't. It's always been my thought that if she has the right of way, and you have the ability to see that someone else has the right of way, and you have the ability to, I mean, If you don't have the right of way, whether you have one or not, actually, it's a fundamental rule. You don't enter an intersection that is not confirmed safe to enter. Period. Even if you have a green light, you don't enter an intersection that is not safe to enter, and don't enter an intersection that you can't get back out of. So, what's up? Yeah. So don't make it right on red if you can't be absolutely certain that you can't that you can they can't do it. They can do it without putting yourself or someone else in jeopardy. I mean, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if she was doing 80 miles an hour or 50 miles an hour. Is that she still has the right of way, and it's if you can creep out far enough. If you can't be sure that it's safe, then don't go. We hopelessly deadlocked on that one because now there were three fence sitters and then three people who were just absolutely dead set on her being guilty. And the three fence sitters, we actually got to all agree that on acquitting. But the three who were dead set on convicting her, two of them were truck drivers, and they were both were just saying, "Well, that's the only thing it can be." Like, how do you figure? Like, you don't think there's any kind of reasonable doubt that the guy who claimed that people lie? I mean, you think the guy's really going to admit that he made it right on red and caused it? Otherwise, if he did, he would have been the one on the witness stand. Obviously, he doesn't want to go to jail and be charged with that. So, hey, let's just say that I never made the turn, and because the girl who was in the left turn in the lane next to him, um, she was looking left, and she never. I guess she said on the witness stand she didn't have any idea if the guy ever made the turn or not. Yeah, because he had said he'd stopped on the right shoulder of Cactus, like not too far from the intersection after it happened, and then he ran down to go, ran down the street to go check on him afterward. No, so what happens is the judge declared a mistrial, and because we were just hopelessly deadlocked, and we just couldn't get, yeah, oh yeah, and the third guy on the trial on the panel, he was an older guy. He just said somebody has to be held accountable, and she's here for a reason, so she must be guilty. And it's like you can't do that. That's not you can't you yeah, you can't convict someone just because they're on trial here. You have to because they, like I said, they might have the wrong person targeted. It happens. And don't think that just because the person's at the defendant's table means they're automatically guilty. Then why are you even on the panel if you have that attitude? And I thought the guy, because the guy was in his 70s, the guy who was saying guilty, and the guy who died was in his 70s, and I think they had kind of a relation, kind of related to that guy. And he even told me how he's one day while he was on his way to the court. He had lived, I think, somewhere like further west in Riverside or something, and he did like 70 miles an hour on one in a 50 zone that he knew of, just to see what it was like. And he said it scared the shit out of him. And he like that doesn't. And so you're using that to create a bias against the defendant now. Still, yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, no doubt about it. No question, she deserved the ticket. Maybe even reckless driving ticket for that. But who had the green light? And why did she swerve? Something made her swerve. So, I mean, if the guy, you can't tell me the guy making the right turn did not make his turn because something caused her to swerve. And if there was nothing else there, then, man, come on, it doesn't take an idiot to figure out. But apparently there were some idiots in there. So probably, yeah. Yeah, exactly. People who are going to be actually objective and not just um, be biased against or for one side or another just because. Um, yeah, and that's what kind of ruins my idea, my view of the this guy right next to the road. Yeah, dude, you're in a fucking rest area. Why don't you go back in there? Go back. Okay, he's just past the end of the door point for the rest area, or for the truck parking area. He could have just gone right into the truck parking area and then got up to speed on the other end of the ramp, on where the on ramp is, instead of trying to come back into the road from a complete dead stop. God, idiots out here, I swear. Yay, so you're in Evanston. Yeah, but anyway, yeah. So anyway, they ended up declaring a mistrial. Now, what happens with that is it goes back to the DA to review whether to retry the case or to just not file another charge. And normally, a normal DA would, I think, would say if you have that many people on the panel leaning toward acquitting, then it's not worth costing taxpayer dollars for a trial that you're not too likely to win anyway. And you know, and I have seen it happen too, where the juries deadlocked in other cases that I had followed before. And then I would see, yeah, they voted so many on, and like 8-4 in favor of acquitting or something, or 10-2 or something, and then the DA would say they're not going to press charges because, like I say, they aren't confident enough that they can retry it and win. So they just said that it's not worth it. Yeah, in this case, the DA decided to retry it, or basically refile the charge. And then I followed the case afterward, and then it turned out the girl ended up uh, she didn't. I guess she didn't. She caved and didn't want to go back to jury trial, so she ended up just pleading guilty on her own. Even though, yeah, what's up? Yeah, no, they had said that it's okay for jurors to ask questions, but at the same time, I'm like, I had concerns about asking questions and feeling like I might be biasing toward one side or another. And I don't, yeah, and I wasn't really sure if I should have been asking any kind of questions like that, or yeah, maybe I wasn't quite completely clear on the context of what I could and couldn't ask. I guess, or what kind of expectation there is if we do have a question. But no, and when I think back to it, I think probably I should have asked, hey, is this something I can inquire about, or should I just leave it up to the attorneys involved to, make their own cases? Because like I say, I can tell the difference between a car that's just swerving and one that is actually fishtailing. And I've seen enough, yeah, and I know how people overcorrect on, when they do fishtail, and yeah, they overcorrect in the end. Then next thing you know, their back end starts whipping out further the opposite direction, and they tend to spin out and stuff. It's like that's not what I'm seeing here. I'm looking at a car that swerved and just happened to maybe get a little bit of oversteer in the process, and basically enough oversteer to leave a skid mark, and then go straight down the road and then do another oversteer type turn. That's not an out of control turn. That's a controlled turn, but at a high speed. That is near the car's operating limit, or it's a performance envelope. You're talking with the jurors who didn't want to say quit. Yeah, I think that. Well, I think the truckers, of course, they naturally have a bad view of four wheelers who speed, and now that we drive trucks for a living, we kind of, we kind of see that. But at the same time, it's, look how many idiot truckers we have out here too. Just because they're a trucker and they're experienced and might have a great safety record doesn't mean that they know everything. Is This is still the point is you don't enter an intersection that is not safe to enter, especially if you're not the one with the right of way. So yeah. Hello? Hello?
Alright guys, those of you guys who are watching, I'm almost into the Little Rock area now. I'll be staying the course on I-40 all the way to California. I'm still feeling fine. I might go, I don't know. at now. I just got past the I-40 and I-30 split. And as mentioned earlier, I'll be doing my 30-minute break somewhere in Oklahoma. I haven't decided yet where exactly, but I'm tentatively Roland, but if I'm feeling great, I might go even further because there's, and also I have a particular place in Oklahoma that I want to stop for fuel at that is further down the road than Roland, and if I believe that I can reach there and I'm feeling fine, I'll go ahead and just go all the way to that truck stop and get my fuel and do my 30 there. It's a truck stop off of exit 200. That's where I'm looking at going for fuel. It's the cheapest along the route. Initially, so I could maybe take a shower while I'm doing my 30-minute break, but I'm on a tight schedule, and I'd rather. I got kind of a conundrum here. Do I take a 30, and shower on my 30, and then give myself the option of more places to park, or more places to shut down at when I'm done with my shift, or do I run to wherever? Whatever I feel like, and then just shut down maybe in Sayre, Oklahoma, and do and shower there before I start my next shift or something. So those are the two things kind of going on, but since I am on a kind of a tighter schedule, just running as far as I know, about a 2 or 3 a.m. ETA on the 27th, and it's due on the 27th at 5 a.m. Not a lot of wiggle room there. I don't want to have wasted time more than necessary until I'm at least in the much closer vicinity. They were already planning to swap me off of it because they didn't think I'd be able to deliver it on time. They had the same team truck that the planner was originally considering deadheading up to go grab it. They had me set up to possibly swap with them, probably down on I-10 instead of I-40. I don't know where they were. I know that team is going to Riverside, and they're coming out of Florida. But I'm like, and I know they have more time on their load where I'd be able to deliver it on time more easy. But then, I think I'm okay. I think I'm running on time on it. I think I can get my own load delivered on time. And I can't make guarantees, but right now I think I might be okay. Definitely gonna push, and then by the time I get over there, I'll probably be down to like maybe 15 hours left on my clock. It'll be enough to reload with, I think, but I'll also be late on my shift, and I'll end up needing a 10-hour break after I'm done delivering most likely, and I won't have much what I'm doing to get my miles. Getting really good miles, and you know, just run whatever they give me, and then try to run efficiently. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you want good miles, you gotta put the work in. And most importantly, communicate. DMs and planners cannot. They can't read your mind. They don't know what's going on in your head. Put what's in your head on the computer there, so they know what's going on in your head, and they can actually more effectively work with that. I was talking earlier too. There was a driver I was trying to mentor, but yeah, I think they're going to be a lost cause, to be honest with you. Complaining about having it sit too long and all that. And I asked, you said ETA and PTA info to Shay all the time, and yeah, I get with her, but then I talked to Shay and I find out she's not sending her any information. She never sends ETA and PTA updates, so Shay never has any idea when she's ready to reload. And that's what's different. I'll tell Shay usually a lot of times a couple of days in advance when I'll be ready to reload, so the planner can most effectively know when as early as possible, know, hey, I'll be ready to reload at such and such time, and I'm reliable enough that when I say it, I'll be ready to reload at a certain time, I'm almost certainly going to be ready to reload at the time, and they can more confidently give me a reload that works with that PTA. She does a pretty good job of clock management, time management, from what I understand. But she doesn't understand some of the other nuances there. Like sometimes you get detained, and it's like, don't sit here and complain about how you can't get good miles when you got $600 worth of detention pay out of it. $600 to sit on your ass for a few days, and it didn't cost you anything. You don't have any fuel costs associated with it. And then you tell me that you waited for 48 hours at a Publix, which we don't pick up at, we deliver to. And I specifically asked about the nature of it, how did the delay break down? When did you show up there? What time did you check in? What time did you send your empty call? And then what time did you get a pre-plan? How much of that 48 hours was, it was from when you first got to a customer to when you actually got a pre-plan? Or are you telling me that you checked in and sat there for 48 hours before you got in a dock door and emptied and were able to finally send your empty call? Because I have a hard time believing a receiver have you sitting for 48 hours like that. Especially not when you're on time. And I couldn't get any good information out of her, and say, okay, then go ahead and sink your own ship. I don't care. If you're gonna be that difficult, and the DM already thinks you're a lost cause too, and they say you don't want to communicate, then I can't work with you. I can help people out with getting better miles, but I can't help them if they don't want to communicate, and that's so important. Details, we need them. in with my DM about that and ask about it, but I'm not going to put effort into someone who doesn't seem to want to put effort into asking for help. Or, get back in touch with me. It kind of seems to me that the individual already has their mind made up that they're not going to last long here anyway. Anybody who was not, on the not so reliable list, the planner wouldn't have even considered giving me this load. He would have it would have been a cakewalk decision for him just to send the truck up from Florida to get it, the team truck up from Florida to get it and have them run it. But because he knows that I can run and I'm reliable and I communicate and all that, he went ahead and gave it to me instead. And I already knew that he figured I'd probably have to swap off it somewhere regardless, but he knows that I'm going to run reliably and get it there as efficiently as I can, and at least put someone else in a position where they can deliver it without needing to reschedule it. Because every time they have to reschedule a load because we can't, we have a lack of drivers or something that JCT caused, it makes us look worse to the shipper or to the customer, whatever, and we lose loads that way. And just imagine how much even more they'll trust me with difficult loads like this. When they see that I pick up a load that they think that I cannot deliver on time, but then I end up, I don't need help, I got it. Don't worry about me, I got it. Your load will get there on time, you won't even need to repower. That's what I want to have happen. be in Oklahoma. 4:55 left on the clock. 240 plus 55, that's 295. So I got a range of about 295 before I have to stop for a break. 295, and I've already done 190. So I'll be up in the 480-ish or so range. And I do have, I think that fuel stop at the 200 is within that range. As long as I keep running like this, yeah, I'll just go ahead and do that. Then I'll just plan on the end of my day in Sayre. Yeah, I think Amarillo will be out of a little bit too far for me to reach. I'll find out for sure when I shut down for my 30 though. And Little Rock was a complete breeze to get through. There was just nothing going on there. Just dealing with this, you can see who's getting harder hit and who's not getting so hard hit as far as essential employment is concerned. You still see plenty of traffic on the roads in certain areas like Atlanta. And, well, I know Atlanta, they started putting people back to work though, so I guess that's not really a fair assessment.
give you some rule of thumbs here, some ideas that can help you with the easy easily figuring out. Okay, if it's right at 2,800 miles, now if it was me in my truck, I trip plan about 60 miles an hour. I can, in reality, it's a little bit slower most of the time, but it's not much. So what I do is just take off the zeros off from 2,860. So it's 280 divided by 6. Okay, so find out how many multiples of 6 is that. Okay, 240 divided by 6 is 40. And then you got another 40 hours after that, or 40 miles. What's that, 400 miles? Or 40 divided by 6 after that, that's about 7. So, just in my truck, of course you can run faster in a car, but really not a hell of a lot faster. I had to double check what these signs said and make sure I was on the right spot. So I would trip plan that for about 47, maybe 48 hours. And then I would figure out how many 10-hour breaks I need to take. So every 11 hours I have to take a 10-hour break. So that would be 4 say you're right about 4 days if you factor that in. 3 hours at 70 miles an hour will cover my 30-minute break. And then if I can keep running above 60 miles an hour the rest of the time I'm driving. Yeah, and of course I also have pre-trip and post-trip time that I log as well. So I have to factor that into how many hours I'm using, how much time I'm using.
Hey, you driving? Cool. Yeah, I saw you'd posted that you've been driving in the middle of the night lately. Figured I'd shoot the shit for a bit. Where are you at? I just got through Morrilton, or actually, I'm going through Morrilton, Arkansas. I'm heading west. Oh, so we're gonna cross then. Yeah, because I'm actually planning to end my day in Sayre. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, there's like really cheap fuel at exit 200, right? Oh, okay. But you're in Texas right now, though. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you did. What was it, like 690 or something like that? That's a full day there. You okay? Now you saw what's his name? He got like an 870 some odd mile day. Yeah, your shifts have to overrun midnight. So let's just say you did a 30-minute break earlier, maybe in the earlier half of a shift, and right before, and then did your 30 right before midnight, and then started driving again, right? Like maybe right before midnight happened, and then you just run out the rest of your shift, and then you take your 10-hour break, and then you run at least the first, you run the first half of your next shift, and maybe wait till after midnight um, until you take your 30-minute break. That's how you get the kind of miles that he had on his. So you don't even have to run 700-mile shift. You can run like barely 600-mile shift easily and still get the kind of miles that he showed on his thing. Yeah, yeah. When's it due in Clarksville? Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you're going to be there sometime later this morning, I assume. Oh, okay. Yeah, it really is because you don't have any traffic on the road to deal with most of the time. You just have to watch for the critters and drunks and whatever. But and then truckers falling asleep. But yeah, I rather enjoy it, especially when it involves a larger city. Or if you normally run into traffic problems during the daytime in a bigger city, I can run through big cities like Atlanta or LA, whatever, in the middle of the night. not even get slowed down. Yeah, yeah, damn. Okay, that name sounds familiar, Seth. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. There's kind of brief messenger chat with him. Yeah, before I went to sleep last night. Yeah, I think he was up in like Illinois or something like that. Yeah, because last I knew he was down in Florida. So yeah, yeah. That's true. And speaking of that, I figured out who your team mentee was, or is, whatever. Oh no, never mind. Maybe not then. I thought you were talking about Nicole and Pete. Nicole and Pete. Oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause I was kind of scratching my head at her post because like yeah, she showed a picture of her odometer hitting 100,000 miles, and yeah, we got this truck in August, and I'm like, that's pretty like 8 months, and like so I asked like, you and Pete team together, don't you? And it's like, yeah, but we don't run the normal way or whatever, like 10 on, 10 off thing, or well, I mean, I'm not gonna judge. If I don't know what is the ideal quality of life for her for their needs, and maybe they're making enough for their needs, and they save her having that extra time that they can spend together, the quality like couple time. So I can see that, but yeah, The Fiend. Is she in the group? Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, okay. Yeah, that explains a lot. Yeah, that's what I've heard too. I mean, you can look at it. You can just look at him and say he probably is. Reading? What? What the hell? Did we actually do something in Reading? Oh, okay. God, that's, that's odd because yeah, usually from Oregon they dead end us up in Central Washington to pick up, especially now with, like fruit season and oh, but then apples are. I think they normally are in season like in September and October. Yes, and yeah, and I think strawberries also. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that's the problem I'm having with someone who Shay referred to me for mentoring a couple days ago. I Yeah, I tried to call her yesterday, and then it hung up after after two rings. So I'm like, okay, she's ignoring it. So just maybe she just screens calls and doesn't recognize the number. So I just went ahead and texted her, hey, this is Scott from JCT. I was told you might want be looking for some help with whatever. And it's the impression I got from Shay was that she doesn't understand that there's an overlap between the miles that are run and when they actually pay. Yeah, and then so like she doesn't know that you can use Macro 21 if you really need a more consistent paycheck and or what's the other one 52? Yeah, that's the late trip one. Yeah, so I don't personally use either one of those. I've never used the T call one, and I've only once and that was the first few months I was here. Never used the 52. Otherwise, it's just hey, whenever I get paid, I get paid. I budget for it. Um, but hers like her time management and HOS management sound like it's okay, but she doesn't communicate. Um, I even asked Shay, does she ever send you like ETAs and PTAs and stuff? No, never. Well, there's part of the problem. She doesn't communicate. And then yeah, and then I guess she's getting frustrated because she's had like 3 long delays. I guess she had like one that was like 72 hours at Tyson, another one that was like 36 or whatever the hell it was at JBS somewhere, and then there was another, it was like 48 hours at Publix. I'm like, 48 hours at Publix? How is that even possible? I've heard of pickups taking that long, but never deliveries. So I'm like, there's something you're not telling me here, then, is what I'm thinking. When did you, I tried to get her to tell me, when did you show up? When were you supposed to check in? When did you actually send your empty call? And then when did you get a pre-plan after that? Or I have to assume, or maybe you already had a pre-plan, but just couldn't go pick it up until later time. I couldn't get any information out of her. I'm like, well, there you go. You don't want to talk because you probably already know that you're the reason for the fuck up, and that's why you're not getting the miles. And then I find out that she's only been with us a couple of months, and I guess there was a point where I think a week or two, whatever the hell it was, where she spent time at home. Yeah. So, man, and I couldn't get any real good information out of her, and like, oh, there's your problem right there. You're the problem, and I get this impression that she's. Uh, I'm not meaning to sound misogynistic about this, but you know how you women are. You all hate math, and I get this impression that she's the type who sucks at math and doesn't want to crunch numbers. And to me, it's like, since when does not doing any kind of math make a successful business plan? It doesn't. If you don't want to crunch numbers, then you got no business running a business. Exactly. Right. So it's like, oh, she said she actually showed up there like an hour early. Yeah, I'm like, so you show up an hour early, then like I seriously doubt your empty call got sent 48 hours after you checked in, and you show up even 20 minutes late. Yeah, then I can definitely see that kind of thing happening. I've personally dealt with that, but on a delivery that you showed up on time for, I'm not so sure about. And then, then I find out that she got paid like $600 in detention pay for the Tyson one. And yeah, and then yeah, and then she says that that's the only one she even knows about her being delayed on. She didn't know anything about the Publix or JBS ones. I'm like, I don't know if it was when she was on the other, whoever the other dispatcher's board was. Um, I don't know, or maybe there were loads that she's done since she's been with Shay, but like, which if Shay doesn't know about it, then it sounds to me like I'm getting bullshit information, or all right, well maybe the time she's counting is time between when she first shows up at Publix, even if it's early, to when she actually starts rolling for to deadhead to her next load. That's what I'm. Exactly. Yeah, and that's why I'm not even going to waste my time on that woman. I talked to her to try to get information to work with and find out. Yeah, she's already kind of on that. I'm kind of thinking maybe she's a lost cause and needs to be just be gone. Um, you can give it a try. Although I guess she also trying to help her already and feels like she's in over her head. And but yeah, if you think you might be able to do some good there, say like I said, I gave her very specific questions that most of the time she wasn't answering. So I'm like, well, you go ahead and sink your own ship then. I'm trying to help you, but if you can't give me information or if you won't give me information to work with, then I'm not going to waste my time on you. Yeah, and some of these people, it's like, okay, like Nicole and Pete. I know, like I've seen her say that she doesn't do California loads or whatever. I'm like, well, there goes a lot of your chances for miles then. But then I find out they actually go to California sometimes. Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm going with that because you know I'm a freaking numbers nerd. Okay, and you know I have a record on my spreadsheet of every load I've ever done for JCT. I can tell you every pickup, every drop I've ever done with this spreadsheet. And I even have a statistical thing to tell me what percentage or how many pickups or drops or swaps or whatever I've done in any particular state. And then I have a running total, and I can tell you that 34% of all of my drops, pickups, or swaps have been in California. So yeah, that California is easily the most, and then second highest was I think Texas at like 13 to 14%. Yeah. Okay. All right. I can do that. I had one. I think yeah, he's still with our fleet, with us. Yeah, he seemed like a really good guy too. I've talked to him several times, but I haven't talked to him in a couple of weeks because I don't know, I just kind of get a little annoyed by the fact that uh, he wants to like basically DNR certain customers, just because of simple little things like like Walmart and Colton, they took too long or something. So he's like, I'm not going back to that place. I'm like, yeah, tell me you have a successful business plan when you don't want to go back to probably our number one shipper in California. And then there was another customer that he I can't remember who it was, but he said, "Yeah, I won't go back to this other place, whatever, for some reason." That okay, that one was a little more legit. Well, what the problem that he had with them was, but like, but getting all impatient with Walmart and then and then saying you'll never do another Colton pickup again because just it's because you had to sit there for several hours. No, that's then yeah, exactly. So I'm like, that's kind of chicken shit. It's nobody wants to sit there and wait, but still, I mean, you can only it's not it's beyond your control. You don't make a big stink out of stuff you can't do anything about. You don't know what goes on there. You don't know why they're delayed. And there are times where, like you're saying, we can go there and find out our loads are ready like a few hours before our drop dead time and be out of there early. Exactly. Exactly. Just take a nap or whatever, screw around or doesn't matter. Just not something to worry about. And like, okay, uh, maybe every couple hours or something, double check back with them to double check that they didn't forget you or because I've had that happen where actually when I was still with England. I remember I was picking up like a Conway load in New Columbia, Pennsylvania, and they what was that? I think yeah, I got there early, but then but the load wasn't ready by the drop dead time. So then I ended up like every couple hours checking back with them because there had been some cases where okay, like JBS and Cactus, where your bills are ready and then you find out they don't even call you even though they have your phone number. So I kind of make that assumption that hey, maybe they just didn't call me, or hey, at least I'm doing what I can to make sure that, because if the bills are ready and I'm not there when they're, even if they never actually made the phone call, if I'm not regularly checking up, then they can turn around and say that I failed the load because I didn't, I wasn't following up. Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's like, it's like I don't want to wear them any more than anybody else, but yeah, and when places where it is required, okay, I'll put it on. But I mean, I'll either, like you're saying, put my shirt over my face, or I'll take another shirt and wrap it around my face. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, exactly. And, exactly. Yeah, they want everything at their beck and call, whatever, when they want it, and how they want it. and they don't understand the world doesn't work that way. So, one of the, yeah, you know, and one of the things I actually learned that was from hindsight, from when I was going through chemo and all that. I think it was more stressful not knowing what the hell was going on with my body at all than it was when I actually got the news. Hey, you got cancer, basically. I mean, it was kind of a shock at first, but once I read into you know the type I had, Hodgkin's lymphoma. I did a lot of reading up on it. And like, oh, 94% survival rate. Okay, I'll kick this thing's ass then. And then it totally made me a lot more confident. And now I knew what I was dealing with. I knew what I was up against, whatever. And there were a couple of times where, yeah, it made me a little concerned, like, the whole spirituality part of it, and what happens, what's going to happen if I die or something. But that's if. Otherwise, I'm like, you know what? Screw that. I'm going to beat the crap out of this thing. I don't give a shit. I might. And I was not nearly as stressed out then, once I knew what I was dealing with, as I was when I had no idea what was going on. Uh, yeah, exactly. But the things that are beyond your control, it's like you can't stress yourself out so much over. No wonder people are so been out of shape and all that. Uh, did, did you notice? Did you notice they have new people working over there now in the shipping office? Yeah, it's the last one. Yeah, last one I picked up from there. I mean, the way they stapled the seal, I couldn't inspect the seal to make sure the number matched the bills. So, and the only way I could inspect it, it made the staple come off, and then the seal came off. And then I go to give them back their copy of it, and and then the girl who I had never seen before she starts asking the other girl who I'd also never seen before, like, aren't they? Isn't that supposed to be stapled? And And then they start lecturing me about how I make sure I don't put the seal on until I get to the guard shack. Like, yeah, I've been here way too many times, and I had to tell them, look, if you guys are gonna staple these things on, staple my seal on there, where I can't look at the seal number without pulling it off, I'm gonna do this every time. Because usually they staple in a spot where I can actually just peel the paper up out of the way and actually see the seal number. But they have like two staples on there, and I couldn't even peel the paper up to actually look at it. Yeah. Ah. So you're getting over by Shamrock then, I think. Yeah. It's a 24 from the line, and then 20 from Sayre. Well, still, you can put stuff on the Qualcomm, and just because they don't communicate back doesn't mean that they aren't seeing it or doing something with it. It's just called they are not good. They are not good at communicating back. Hey, I get your message. We'll work on it. Yeah, yeah, yep. I always say that because I talk to him and Cody a lot. Both of them are basically young enough to be my kids, and this, I actually live streamed on my YouTube with Eric the other day, and it was even kind of joking. I would because I had Cody on the phone while Eric was sitting in my passenger seat, and yeah, it was, I don't think so. Yeah, yeah, I was gonna say the same, and that same thing was mentioned to me before by somebody else. Yeah, right. Yeah. Hey, westbound, turn off your brights. Yeah, yeah, and I'm reluctant to say stuff like that about something like that because I don't know the whole situation. And like, there are times, like right now, I wanted to shower yesterday, but I couldn't because I'm concerned mainly about getting my load delivered on time, and I'm on a tight schedule. And it's like wherever I'm shutting down, that's where I'm shutting down. If so, I'm just figure I'll shower when I get shut down today over in Sayre or something. Yeah, Oh, I remember that. Yeah, because when I drove for England, I had to deal with that. I had to tell them I need extra time after I load to do laundry and everything. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of one of those that takes getting used to, and even then you still don't, because there are certain areas. Oh man, I remember a good example going up I-5, or up or down I-5, in between like Sacramento and Redding. You know, there's that bridge just north of Sacramento, and I could be out cold, out like a light, and then I can hear that do 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 do. I almost felt like I was back on my track team running hurdles with the rhythm that it was on, because that's actually how the rhythm is when you're running high hurdles. Is you take basically three steps in between each, and then the fourth is you go over the hurdle, and it would sound exactly the same to me. Do, 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 kind of thing. Yeah, yeah. Well, as with all things, it takes time to get used to it, though. But it's funny because like when you first go to reefer life, for example, like you're not used to the noise from the reefer unit every single night, and it might keep you up first for a bit. Then your body gets used to it, and then it's fine. And then it's funny when I met up with Eric the other day. Of course, of course, he does flatbed now. He was jokingly telling me he didn't want to park near me because he didn't want to hear my reefer unit. Like, I was like, you just, yeah, I was kind of messing with them, saying, hey, you just left reefer. You don't tell me you don't like hearing reefers. Yeah. Okay, and then also, like, yeah, and then like me growing up, there were that railroad tracks that were like a few blocks down, and every night you'd hear trains going by, blowing their horns and stuff. And but most of the time, didn't bother me at all because I was just so used to it. It takes time. Um, so anyway, yeah, I'm streaming right now, and actually the Eric's on here right now. He just said that it takes 2 weeks to get used to having a reefer blind. Funny thing he says that about 2 weeks because that's exactly what I've found that it usually tends to take me when I need to get used to something. Another case in point with that. When I went on a deployment to Turkey, you find out that everybody there burns their trash. They don't have dumps there. They just burn their trash. So during the daytime, it always, it's like really strong, like burning kind of like, yeah. And oh yeah, my eyes would burn. My sinuses were always flared up and all that, and you always smell this stuff for a good couple. Yeah, every day it was like, oh man, I got to get out of this. I got to get back inside the building for a little bit to kind of recover a little bit, and then before I go back out and do more work. And then, ironically, like he said there, about 2 weeks in is what I noticed it would usually take before now my body's more adjusted to it, and then I can actually, spend all night out there and not really feel like it's affecting me at all. All right, we'll do. Okay, you too. Okay, bye.
Alright, Eric, that was Patty. She says hello and she'll give you a call later today. By the way, I think you said something about a load you're doing, you're on your way to get or something, or you were. Can't remember what you had going on though. So I thought you said you were rolling yesterday to another pickup or something. And Charles M., if you're still here, little trick that I use with the ETA planning when I'm going somewhere, I always base my times on where my destination is, never on where I'm coming from. So if I'm on the East Coast and going to West Coast like I am right now, I figure my time based on what the West Coast time is, not where I'm actually at. I had to move to Georgetown, Kentucky because of cell service. Oh, okay. Because of cell service, what, they don't send you a message on the quote, like a pre-plan on your Qualcomm or whatever? What do you guys use over there anyways? Do you guys use the Qualcomm system or do you use like people mover or whatever that damn system is called or something else? Going through, I think it's the Clarksville area. I forget the mile markers. That mile marker 51, I think it's the Clarksville area. And I got Ozark coming up as well. Yeah, that's what it was. And I remember you saying you had to move to, apparently to Georgetown, Kentucky. I just didn't, I wasn't connected yet what you actually were doing down there. Oh, people did. That's what I meant. So you use Omni tracks with the same kind of system that we use at JCT and CRA. where I want to get fuel from, and then do my 30 there. And then I'll just run the rest of my shift out and end my day in Sayre. And then there's the thought of Roland was maybe take my 30 and do so I can take a shower, and then I can stop wherever I want to at the end of my shift. But I'm trying to minimize unnecessary stops. So if I already know I'm going to stop at the 200 mile marker for fuel, I might as well just see if I can make it all the way to the 200 before I stop. 6, that is 25. 25 hours of duty time from here to the Colton area, or roughly 25. Plus 2 10-hour breaks, that makes it 45. Plus 430, which is 49 and a half. Minus 48 is 1.5, so means my 8 is about 1:30 to 2 a.m. I would say 2 a.m. So yeah, I'm still on pace with what I said I'd be, which, you know, or at least I gave an ETA of possibly 2 o'clock, but more likely to be 3 or 4 by the time I actually get there. But more reason I think I won't need help getting this load delivered, even though they thought that I would. Don't think Denny's will be open, alright, no problem. Whatever the case, I'm not doing another shift without a shower first. And a lot of the Flying J's and Denny's have actually been open, but open for takeout only. So it's possible I might be open for carryout. You can always ask, but I got food here in the truck I can eat anyway. Oh, okay. Wonder if it's certain locations in, like maybe certain months are open, certain months are closed or something. making any money, so it wasn't, you know, no point keeping a business running if it's gonna be more unprofitable to operate it than it is to just shut it down temporarily. The revenue would have to be better than what they're paying all the people to work there. If they aren't bringing in more revenue than what it costs them to employ people, then then it just adds to whatever losses they're already incurring from the regular property leases or utilities, taxes, and all the other kind of stuff. Yeah, I agree. There's a purple tractor. Well, that's a pink one, isn't it? I don't know. Pinkle. This whole mask thing is so dumb. Because how many times do people give their debit card or cash to a cashier? Or how often does the cashier have to put their hands on your product to scan it? And if they have it on their hands, then it gets on your product, or vice versa. Then you go put your hands in your mouth or nose or whatever else, and there you go. Then you got these fucking pigs who go in the restroom and take a shit, and they come out of the shitter and don't even go anywhere near the sink to wash up. Certain counties in California are requiring it. Well, law enforcers are already saying they're not going to enforce it, except in except in necessary situations. But otherwise, they're not going to waste their time on that. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, it was kind of the last time I got my ibuprofen in my and forgot what I was doing out there. I was just kind of daydreaming. Anybody know what these westbound scales are doing?
I-55, as soon as I crossed into Arkansas, was open. But they were sending everybody through the bypass lane, so I didn't get the point of that. I did have to go across the still and what was that, when I got into Mississippi from Alabama yesterday. 249 coming up. All right, Adam, talk to you later. could actually use them, so for the places where I'm required to have them, so that helped me out a lot. Shirts around my face. Gonna have another way station coming up as soon as we get shortly after we get into Oklahoma. some people passing, bypassing, but there are more coming in than there are bypassing. 1.5 out from where my fuel stop is, and that's less than 2 hours. I got 244 to work with, so I'm just gonna keep running until I'm at until I get to where I want to get fuel.
Recovery, scientists say the virus can lay dormant. in the United States and around the world. Article 171 of 174. Mark Cuban keeps doors open for potential 2020 run, hasn't reached a decision. Billionaire entrepreneur Mark Cuban is keeping the door open to a possible presidential run in 2020, a move that he flirted with back in 2016 before backing Democrat Hillary Clinton in her failed bid. The owner of the Dallas Mavericks and investor on Shark Tank, Cuban has been a relentless critic of President Donald Trump. However, in an interview with Yahoo Finance on Friday, he hinted once more at taking a run at the Oval Office, likely as an independent candidate. There's no transparency. There's no honesty. You know, there's an attempt at communication, but without the transparency and honesty and vision, it's hard to know what's real and what's not real, Cuban added. Cuban said if it wasn't for his family's opposition to a presidential bid, he would already have done it. However, the fragile state of society in the wake of the pandemic forced his hand, he said. Julia LaRoche is a correspondent at Yahoo Finance. Follow her on Twitter. NYU professor rips colleges for being drunk on exclusivity, says COVID-19 will force change. Schultz, new small business stimulus, should have AT in front of it. Article 172 of 174. Answer, Quora. Open in-app. Sign in. What is the best case of you just picked a fight with the wrong person that you've witnessed? Steve Mark. Updated April 16, 2020. Upvoted by Robert L. Lamoureux, J.D. Law, George Mason University School of Law, 1987. Many years ago in junior high, 8th grade, there was a kid that had been picked on mercilessly, verbally and physically, by twin brothers for the better part of 7th and 8th grade. In school and on the bus. This kid had never been in an actual knockdown, drag-out fight before. It was a Monday morning, kids were just arriving. I remember that because the kid was carrying his gym suit and gym shoes. His gym shoes were tied together by the laces which served as a good carrying handle. While he was walking down the hall, one of the twins walked up from behind him and slapped him hard in the back of the head. The kid carrying the shoes was not in a good mood that morning. I know that because I was the kid carrying the shoes. What happened next, and in a flash, happened without me even thinking about it. It was purely a reaction based on the foul mood I was in. I spun around, swung my arm out, and clobbered him square in the face with my shoes. I'll never forget the look on his face. First he was shocked, then shock turned to fear. That moment is when I learned that bullies are cowards. He did not want to fight me. In an instant, I had become more than he was willing to deal with. If he had walked away, that would have been the end of it as far as I was concerned. He had a problem though. His brother was there, his punk friends were there, a crowd had formed. He couldn't walk away, he had pride to salvage, face to save. He would do neither. We faced off and circled a bit, sizing each other up. I threw the first punch and moved in. I got my left arm around his neck and bent him over at the waist. With my right hand, I pummeled his face as fast and as hard as I could. We ended up on the floor with him still in a headlock and me still punching. He begged me to stop. After about his third plea, I stopped punching but didn't release the headlock. He pleaded with me again to stop. I said, yeah, and then what? He said he was done. I didn't trust him but I cautiously let him go expecting a counterattack. There wasn't. He was in fact done. He had taken a beating and was bleeding. I was not hurt. The next morning, I was already on the bus when he got on. He was near the last stop so the bus was nearly full when he got on. He was a sorry sight to see. Black eye, swollen and busted lips, and several cuts and abrasions. He was totally humiliated getting on the bus. Everyone could see the bully who had gotten his ass handed to him by a rather shy kid that tried to mind his own business. I don't know which is my fonder memory, the fight or watching him get on the bus the next day. There were some repercussions. The cheerleaders hated me afterwards, not that they ever noticed me before but now they hated me. His punk friends would threaten me from time to time but never touched me. That's okay, it was a great experience that I don't regret. That experience was truly a turning point in my life. After that, I stopped taking shit from bullies. 4/15/2020 edit, wow. 24K views and 1.2K upvotes. I never expected that. I'm curious why this answer has generated such a response. 26.9K views. You 1.5K upvoters. You sharers. About the author. Steve Mark. Lives in Chandler, AZ1998 present. 31.1K content views, 28.4K this month. You 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 173 of 174. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What is something your neighbor did that you couldn't believe? Rick Bruno, former police K9 handler. Answered March 28, 2020. Author has 3.7K answers and 29.8 M answer views. Okay, this requires a little time travel. We are going back to 1980. I was living in a condominium complex. It was a nice complex. Very well maintained, with each unit having a porch with decking and rails. At the time I had been a police officer for 4 years. Everyone knew me. I was always coming and going in uniform, and I parked my marked squad car in the common parking lot. I never had any problems with my neighbors. I owned a German Shepherd. Her name was Rookie. She was not a police dog, just a wonderful companion. There was an empty field across from the complex. I used to walk and play with Rookie in the field a few times a day. In order to access the field I had to go out the south doors of the complex, so I passed that way very often. One day I happened to notice a few suspicious looking plants growing in the flower planter on the railing of a second floor unit. I thought, huh, and I let it go. I let it go for over a week. I knew the occupants on a hello, goodbye basis, and they seemed like a nice young couple. But I was starting to feel conflicted. After about 10 days, the identity of the plants was becoming more and more obvious. I was about to go to work one afternoon, and had just enough time to walk Rookie across the street and let her chase a tennis ball, when I saw the second floor neighbor on his deck watering his crops, which had become pretty obvious. He waved to me, and I waved back, but just before I walked inside the complex door I stopped. I said, you know, you should probably get rid of those. They might get you into trouble, and I'd hate to see that. He stopped watering. Then he said, oh my goodness. Who planted these? We had a party a couple weeks ago and some guests must have done it as a joke. I said, uh-huh. Well, they gotta go. I was born at night but not last night. The next time I went outside that way the harvest had swept through the planter box, and the same crop never returned. 14K views. You 69 upvoters. You sharers. Answer requested by Joey Mikhail. About the author. Rick Bruno. Retired cop, marathoner, husband, father, grandfather, time traveler.
Didn't see a 60 sign
Former
there,
police
back there.
commander 1977-2010. Studied at Governors State University. Lives in suburban Chicago. 29.9 M content views, 122.6K this month. Top writer 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015 and 2014. Published writer Fatherly, Time, HuffPost and one more. You 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020. Open in app. Article 174 of 174. Answer, Quora. Open in app. Sign in. What is the best case of you just picked a fight with the wrong person that you've witnessed? Destiny Butler. Answered April 19, 2020. I was 15 years old at the time and was still in secondary school, year 10. I enjoyed school and I had plenty of friends, but there was this one girl rather annoying in year 8 in my little sister's year and horrible to her, and I didn't like that. She shouted abuse at my sister, kicked her chair in lesson and made her do her homework. My little sister told me about all of this, so I did no more than go up to this year 8 and confronted her. She was quite big, had a loud mouth and knew how to scare people. She only shouted and screamed at me, but as she only did half days I could not get to her at lunch times. One day after school she was waiting at the school gates. She grabbed me my bag and shoved me up the gate and pulled out a kitchen knife and said, "Scream and you'll have no head." This girl was then put in custody. Andy never heard from her again. 3K views. You 38 upvoters. About the author. Destiny Butler. 3K content views 3K this month. You 100 plus other answers to this question. About careers, privacy terms, contact languages. Copyright Quora Inc. 2020.
No delays on
Open in app.
I-40 westbound. Good.
There are no more articles to read.
Well, there are more. I just don't have them left. Go back to the older stuff. Quora stuff that I never played. Sally Son Patrol or whatever the hell. Getting a little gusty here with the winds.
articles to read. Bill Belichick's draft appears to go to the dog, Fox News. Close. Video. Fox News Flash Top Headlines for April 24. Fox News Flash Top Headlines are here. Check out what's clicking on foxnews.com. New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick was the talk of the NFL draft for a brief moment, and it wasn't for anything he actually did on the second day of the event. The ESPN broadcast peered into his dining room at one point of the event, and instead of seeing the six-time Super Bowl winning head coach, fans got to see his dog. The moment came as New England selected safety Kyle Duggar with the number 37 pick of the draft. 2020 NFL Draft, every pick from rounds 2 and 3. Fans were delighted to see the dog sitting in the coach's seat, and they wondered who really was the brains behind the Patriots draft operations Friday night. New England traded out of the first round Thursday night and made most of its moves Friday. The Patriots selected Duggar number 37. He played college football at Division II Lenoir Rhine and might be one of those diamonds in the rough that Belichick has a knack for finding. New England Patriots 2020 NFL Draft Profile. The team then selected 2 linebackers, Josh Uche and Anfernee Jennings. Uche was a stud at Michigan, recording 33 tackles and 7.5 sacks in his final season at Michigan. Jennings, from Alabama, had 83 tackles and 8 sacks in his senior season. The Patriots then traded back into the second round to draft tight ends. New England selected Devin Ajay from UCLA at number 91 and Virginia Tech's Dalton Keene at number 101. Click here for more sports coverage on FOXNEWS.com. If Friday was any indication, rounds 4 through 7 could be even busier for New England.
I'm coming to get you, bird. By the Eagles' second round pick, picking a quarterback.
Westbound. Not sure if you guys are aware, there's a truck stuck in the median at the 293. Looked like it just got there. He had his lights on, and there was a driver in the seat. I-40 westbound. Hello, did you get any calls yet about a stuck truck in the median on I-40 westbound at 93 miles? Looked like you went into the mud over in the median right next to the hill in the construction zone. No, it's a 18-wheeler. There was a person in the driver's seat, and the vehicle's lights were on also. Didn't see any damage. Didn't see any damage, but it was obviously something that just happened. No problem. All right.
I'm not sure what I bet that idiot fell asleep or something. That or, well, I can't say for sure. I mean, maybe they broke down and just didn't want to block the freeway, and there was always a possibility they just wanted to get into a spot where they'd be out of the way so people could still go about their business, but I don't know. Either way, it looks like he's going to need a wind shout, and the wind shout's going to have to come from the interstate. I can see them having to. I can see the two of the OHB having to shut down the interstate on this side, so the record driver can come in the opposite direction and get him out of there. Probably would have been better off with just blocking the road if it was a breakdown. I don't know. Hate to have to block the road, but shit. Just imagine how much more costly it's going to be if he's if they have to close the freeway anyway, and they have to the rotator has to come from behind him and face the opposite direction and pull him back out, and then go back down to the previous exit, come back down again, and then back all the way back to him from the exit up ahead into the west of him to tow him if that is the case. Morning, you guys. Or good afternoon, ice.
What's up there, super trucker? Waiting for a door. Ah, okay. They're down in Florida. Trying to remember where you were going to down there. Oh, okay. I think I've been over there. That's over on the east side of Jacksonville, right? West. Oh, wait, you're picking up or delivering? And wholesale. Is that on the south side of what's that east-west street over there? I can't remember it. Oh, okay. Maybe I've not been to that one. 'Cause- all right. 'Cause CNS, that's that same company that we go to up in Stockton, isn't it? I want to say it's the same company. Uh, yeah, I'm trying to remember who the hell it was I went to over on the east side of Jacksonville, on the other side of I-95. Wasn't a bad spot though. It was quiet and they had overnight parking available. You're going, you're going to Omatia or Ochalata. Brilliant. No time on it. So you got to huff it basically, right? Yeah, I got to do the same thing with this one. Picked it up way late, and it's due at 5 a.m. on what's, I guess it's Monday. Yeah, the 27th. That's Monday, right? Yeah, yeah, and then I'm running like about a 2 a.m. ETA, so I don't have a lot of wiggle room there. Yes. Yeah, they wanted to have me swap with some team coming out of Florida that's going to Riverside. I think it was that same team that Joey was talking about possibly picking this load up originally, but he thought I was a better option to pick it up because it was too far for them to deadhead. And honestly, I'd be fine. I don't think I need help getting this thing delivered on time. They were Yeah, I don't know what route they thought I was going to take. Anyways, that team was coming out of Florida and going to Riverside. They're going to be going straight across I-10, and that's not the quickest route for me. But okay, whatever. And not to mention, like I'm pretty sure I can get it there on time myself, as long as there are no delays. And Lisa says, "Hi, John F. Kennedy." And Matt says a good friend of his just restarted with us and is a little bit ahead of you. Yeah, Matt, I think your buddy might be a little far away from John right now. He's in Jacksonville right now making a delivery. Yeah, man, you better get tested for that. Have I had someone take my temperature yet? Correct. No. We're we're by the where we usually go in. What? Oh no, yeah, definitely not. It wasn't even started to set up. Oh, okay. I guess Matt was talking about somebody ahead of me. Um, hey Matt, there was a JCT driver who was not far ahead of me. I don't know if it'd be him or someone else. Oh yeah, get your dirty mind going. Don't, or did they say we're dirty old men? What, what, I'm in Texas right now. Yeah, I'll be a little, yeah, it'll be several hours ahead of me then. It's a little bit short of Amarillo, and I want a shower. So you don't know his truck number? Uh, what's he look like? Well, that really narrows it down. Apparently on the older side. I take it if he's been with us for a long time. So my age range, and he said he's been with us for a number of years. Uh, I'll have to look him up later. I got Santa Claus getting ready to pass me. 3492. I don't know if I might have seen that truck. I don't know, but it doesn't ring a bell. I mean, it doesn't really stand out as one I know for sure that I've seen. Was it a Kenworth or Peterbilt or Freightliner? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, because I have seen a few of the older Kenworths out here, but they're kind of like my truck. You don't see very many of them anymore. And then ironically, last time I was coming east, there was another day with a blue Peterbilt at the Pilot in Havasu when I stopped there. And then I saw him again further down the road. And then there was another Peterbilt I saw. Then I saw Daryl Dunn going the other way that same shift. It's like, damn, all the Peterbilts are showing up today. All right. Uh, him or his truck? All right. Oh, I think I'm coming up on your favorite little city here. The one that you have trouble pronouncing, and I do too sometimes. Come, come on, you know which one I'm talking about. I am in Oklahoma, 269 mile marker. Yeah, that's it. Chakota. Yeah, I have problems with that one sometimes too. We call it what? Oh yeah, because it's right there by Ochalata. And I think technically on the map, I think it does say Bartlesville, doesn't it? Or Bartlettsville or whatever. I don't even know what the hell it is. Yeah. Someone got themselves stuck over here. Did you see it on the stream? Yeah, the 293 mile marker. There's construction where you have to use the left lane, and then there's like a muddy area in the median that goes up to a hill, and this truck ended up in it. Don't know how, but made me really curious if he fell asleep or if he blew a steer tire or if he maybe broke down and was trying to be a nice guy and get out of the interstate so other people could go by or something. I don't know. But shit, if I had a breakdown there, I'd probably just go ahead and block the interstate. You're gonna have, especially if you're gonna have to get towed anyway. Shit, why have to pay to get yourself both winched out and towed? And then the pain in the ass that you put the record driver through trying to get you out, and then have to get back around to the other side of you again to drag you somewhere else. Hell with that. You can just back up to where I'm at and hook up to me and go. Oh, someone's getting winched out here. A white pickup. Oh, there's two vehicles here. There was look like a Ford Ranger, and then there's like a little kind of crossover vehicle over there. Yeah, the crossover ended up in the trees. Ranger definitely looked like he might have flipped or something and ended up on his tires again. So, yeah. Apparently the shitty drivers are back out. And what's that? Oh man, I almost hit that bird. Damn it, I missed it. Alright, I'm passing by, just passing by 69 right now. Chekota, Imota. Oh, yeah, me and Andy sometimes have fun doing that though, where he'll, he'll just listen through the stream and then wait till he hears me through the stream and then respond. Make a game out of it. Or that, or they're gonna have to find someone to take it from you, I guess. 'Cause how many miles is that you have to cover? So you got a good couple 100 miles of deadhead time too, don't you? Oh, that's all it is, 100. Yeah, and it takes like 2 days to cover 1,500 miles, so 1,300 ish. Be a few hours less than that, and you're already in the middle of a shift, right? Yeah, so you're gonna need an extra 10-hour break on top of it, which, yeah, I don't see that happening. and knowing. Oh wait, what time is it due on Monday morning? You said. Yeah, yeah, definitely. Sounds like they just need you to rescue the load then, and at that point. Yeah. Okay, how am I passing a hurricane truck? Or getting ready to? I thought most of them are governed above 70 because my trainer drives for them. Although I think my trainer said his truck's at 70 and he can, they can set it higher for him, but he doesn't, he said he didn't really care. So maybe that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, like the Warner driver I passed earlier. Freaking, we're in a 60 zone, construction zone, and she's doing only like 40 or so. I think about 40. Oh my God. And then we get out of the construction zone, and then she's still not going anything remotely close to what she could be doing. Because, yeah, Werner trucks, I think, usually are governed at like, what, 67 or something like that? Yeah. Some of them I see actually outrun me, but then most of them are, they seem like they're like 67, 68 or something. Yeah. And then I also found out, or at least I find that the guys with Million Mile Club stickers on their trucks also pass me. So yeah, they must be set higher also. Yeah, which makes sense. Hence the reason the guys with the Million Mile decals on their trucks usually do run faster than me. It'd be kind of cool if JCT did the same thing here. Okay, yeah, you got a point. Oh, that's a good point. Speaking of masks, I went through the Fort Smith way station this morning, and the DOT officer there was actually out giving cloth face masks to everybody coming through. And it's have a good day. Yep. No. Yeah, I'll show you at the end of my when I well yeah at the end of the stream when I stop for my 30, I'll show you it. I was like, that could actually come in handy for. I'm not gonna wear it unless I have to, but if I have to, like say like at WCC or wherever else, which I am going to, yeah, hey, at least I don't have to wrap my shirt around my face anymore. So yeah, I thought it was really cool. Uh, so yeah, that's good. I've kind of glanced at in a few truck stops to see if they sell anything like that, like bandanas or um, face masks or anything like that. And yeah, I've not seen any for sale. So, oh yeah, Yeah, exactly. Like, do they see how many trucks start clearing out of the truck stops by around like 6 or 7 a.m.? All right. All right, bye.
Alright. So just got past Chakota not too long ago. About 10 miles ago. This is in Oklahoma. Westbound I-40 heading toward Oklahoma City. I'll be stopping for fuel at 55 miles from coming up now. You're supposed to be here hours ago. James, are you a scab? Uh-oh. Yellow Western Star almost caught up to me. Yeah. He's having a little more hard time of climbing. I can't tell. I think he's having a little bit harder time climbing the hills than I am, but he wants to get by me. Scab is it's something that shows up when all the work's done. From Henrietta, Oklahoma. 96 from Oklahoma City. And this is westbound I-40.
Message 124. Important received today at 6:30 a.m. Still okay for OTD?
JCD. What we got here? 3518. Back and look at my macro one that funny if someone came busted out with a chicken squawk air horn, or maybe a rooster. Turnpike coming up. He's backing off the pace. Either he's realizing he's not going to get around me, or he's going to get on the turnpike. James, you always know where I am. You've been everywhere. Morning, Charlie. Eastbound US 62, northbound 75. Swift, new logo. truck safely, not being in an accident is a good thing. Yeah, a good trip. It's all an adventure. So much to see. There's all this stuff here. Oh, come on. This can't still be a 60 zone. I'm gonna sit here and do 60 when there's not even any kind of construction equipment over here. You guys are being unreasonable. And the guy passed me who's got the cones with his, all the traffic pylons in his truck will confirm it. I'll probably do some music on the next, on the other stream when I get done with my 30-minute break. That'll be a shorter, not quite 3-hour long trip, I think. Actually, that'll only be like 180 miles. Yeah, not even 3 hours. Go, boy. Holy shit, man. That was KLM though, that fast. Hey, Mish! First horse blown off by a KLM. Explain, please. $1.52 a gallon. The place I'll be stopping at is even less than that though. transportation business, they basically compete, well, not really compete, but I think that could go either way. Earlier today about how I've hit more birds than any other kind of animal. You would think that birds you would not hit, since they can fly higher. Oh, there you go. There's another one that I just hit a second ago. jumping out next to me. I didn't even bother to move over for this truck. There was plenty of room to do it with. tap DFS because that's how I know they were here. Don't be at all on the fuel island either. Even better. I don't have to worry about waiting for other people. Come on, asshole. There's a new thing of water. Likes to tip over whenever I turn. It's 61-degree weather.
You have 0
Okay.
hours and 50 minutes of remaining drive time.
7 hours is how long I drove for. That's called getting the job done. Alright, so if I were to take a 2-hour break like this, then finish out my shift and then do an 8-hour sleeper berth, that 7 hours would get added back to my drive clock when I'm done with 8-hour sleeper berth. So that's why I want to point that out. I have to be off duty for at least 2 hours, but I'm not going to be doing that. I'm just going to go ahead and do a 30 once I get to get my fuel and get out of here. Let me be quick on this though.
Trailliner trailer and do my 30. Oopsie, I don't think I gotta clear him. I don't know. Yep. All right. Close. Alright, all wrapped up here. Let's see. I gotta clean that mess up too. Anyway, yeah, the lady in there, she was apparently not the most mathematically inclined. I saw two people on there having difficulty with what they were supposed to get back from and change whatever. They made cash payments for gas over on the four-wheeler side. First walked in there, the guy who was in line, who was getting helped in front of me was, like I said, he was getting a little frustrated. Yeah, because he said that he paid them a certain amount, whatever, and he was supposed to get a certain amount back, whatever. And then I go back in there, and there was a lady up there getting helped. She said she had paid $40, and she wanted $25 worth of gas. So the other girl gave her $15 in cash back, so $25 got added to the register. The woman goes over there and pumps her gas, ends up not needing all 25. It was 21 something, I think. I don't know, something like that. It was supposed to be like $3 or $4 and some change back or whatever the hell it was. And the other lady was just having a hard time understanding that, apparently. So that was kind of interesting. That took a lot. Added more time than it needed to, and I'm not going to have 17 minutes of my clock getting burnt sitting there watching other people, so I'm going to use this to my advantage. At least there's, just do maybe 10 minutes or so of on-duty time, and I'll leave the rest as off-duty, because half of that was just me standing in line. It's not actually doing anything. Alright, now. Okay, so break actually started now 20 minutes after the hour. I'm going to go back on duty right at 50 after the hour. I'm going in the stream. I've got a new one started up to go from here to Sayre, Oklahoma. We'll see you guys then, alright? Thanks for watching, guys.